What up, YouTube? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, welcome. Saturday. Actually first? No, Sammy. I was actually first. Let's get it right. I was actually first. I typed first. I didn't just type first. I typed F-I-R-S-T. Congratulations on first, Sammy. Congratulations on first. Anywho, what we're doing today, is yesterday, a lot broke. And I think we figured out the problem. Camilos, congratulations on second. I think we figured out the problem. Vongo, congratulations on third. All right. So I think the problem, or like, this is what we came down to, is that the problem yesterday was something awful, something horrible, something that I don't know how we're going to fix. And that is the tree ordering. You're live early. How could you do this to me? What do you mean, Vongo? It's 11:30. It's the exact time I start. Howdy, North Pole. How you doing? We did identify the problem again between keyboard and chair. No. 1 minute early. Vongo, I think your clocks are off. Just on time. Perfectly on time, actually. Like, exactly on time. No, you always start at 10:31. No, I start at 11:30. It says it on the schedule. Been doing it for 9 months. Crazy. How's the chest? It's painful. I was just stretching it, actually. I was just stretching it. Very painful. It's like that it's like we're not allowing it to repair, so it just keeps ripping more and more and more. It is very, very painful. Anyways, I woke up this morning and it was actually like I was dying. That much pain. Like, it felt like I was getting like sliced. Anywho, so what we figured out is that right here, so as you can see, we have trash spawning and all that on the host, but on the client, it doesn't spawn. And we think we figured out why. Wait, is Covino hurting? Woohoo. So mean. The problem is that when it goes for the node tree, we found that it can't find the node. And the reason it can't find the node is because it's trying to get the path in game scenario, trash scenario. But that's the problem, is that's not the path. The path is actually root/game/scenario and so forth. So it's going too deep in, but it's saying relative to root, but it's going too deep. Because here's the root here. What's the difference in 4.4 compared to 4.3? There's a lot, Vongo. A lot. It's a lot of little things. A lot of 3D stuff. You got the jiggle bone. You got the looking bone. You got a built-in camera. We have more options when you hit play. So you can actually have this in the editor itself instead of a pop-out window. It can be just like directly in there. So there's a lot. Quite a lot. It was pretty big for 3D development, especially. So because of this whole root node problem with the synchronizers, this is why the point system doesn't work either. Because it can't find any of the nodes. So there's a couple different methods we have to do. Didn't the template work, or did the test template had no network stuff? The test template did work and had stuff. SCP, congratulations on first for YouTube. Okay, Vongo. We have nothing to commit, but okay. The template worked, but we didn't have this kind of logic in the template. Kind of stuck on a video game. Ooh, a video game. Man, I've been wanting to play a video game. Howdy, Tricky. How you doing? CPAP. Yeah, it's like a breathing apparatus. It like you either have a mask or you have like the tubes going into your nose, and then it like takes in oxygen, filters it, and then all that. Ooh, Batman Arkham Origins. Interesting. I've heard about the game. Heard it was pretty good. It's a little bit older, isn't it? Ah, reduced oxygen workout. No, that's not a CPAP. No, no, no. All right, so what we need to do is figure out why is it going through a tree like that. First cell tower. Yeah, SCP, I haven't played it that much. Ugh, these meat commercials are terrible. Yikes. Yikes. Tricky getting hit with the ads. Finish should give me $100 for PSP tomorrow and at the local used game store. Vongo, I don't have $100. So what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't have $100 to be given away willy-nilly. Crazy. Let's see. So, I couldn't find. I also didn't have like. Truthfully, I wasn't able to go through everything I wanted to, which was going through all of the NetFox like examples and stuff. I haven't pulled up, but I wanted to go through them in between, but ugh. You heard it here today, Covino, another oligarch hoarding wealth. Generic, you have more money than me. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wild. Wild, wild. And you know, the dangerous part about saying stuff like that is that people just assume, like, there's a lot of people that come onto Twitch and they assume like, oh, they're a streamer, they must be loaded. No. Longsy, how you doing? How do you know my financial net worth? I don't. I can just take an estimate that it's more than $100. Gamarang, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes they can use to welcome people to the team. Boom. Bang. I've been subsiding on gifted subs for 2 months now. That's true. It's almost like food stamps. Maybe. Yo, watching today from the treadmill. Ooh, polyglot. That's awesome. Keep running. Keep doing it. You got this. Don't stop. Let me know if you need that motivation. I'll draw a picture of a cookie or something and I'll put it on the screen so you can like run to the cookie. Pretty smart, right? When I started stream, I started on a PS4. What do you mean loaded? A PS4? I don't have a PS4, Vongo. I don't even have a PS4. You're loaded. Anywho. So when we're spawning in the trash, and the problem is the synchronizer is not able to find everything else. Maybe you do squats for free? Doing hated reverse lunges now? Wait, what? Why would I do squats for free? I wanna do some game dev for free. I'd love to do some game dev today. Get a lot work. Actually, speaking of getting work done, need motivation? Who needs motivation? Oh, Lonksy. Lonksy, we just started the stream. My stomach is... I just started digesting my food. For me, for round 3 of reverse lunges. Oh, I gotcha. All right, so what we need to do is figure out how to fix this multiplayer spawner. Whoa. Man, oh man. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Man, oh man. Already gotta take the sweatshirt off. W? Nah, this is an L, Lonksy. Big L. I'm only $10 short for the PSP. Bongo, why do you need a PSP? Aren't the PSPs old? Like, didn't a PSP come out, like, years ago? Because why not? Yeah, 2005. I was gonna say. 20 years ago. Why would you want a PSP? Why? I have a PSP with Lego Batman game on it. Ooh, now that's good. Yeah, Steam Deck maybe? That would make more sense. Because it's cool and I like handhelds. Gotcha. I had a fine childhood. Probably. Let's see. My childhood was full of Pokemon and self-hatred and all that. Boozon, how you doing? Welcome in. That's a good homebrew device. Maybe. Could be. Okay, so this multiplayer spawner. I played Pokemon Blue/Red on the DS. Wait, on the DS? Huh? How does that work? Blue and Red are like the Giga cartridges. Like, this is Blue and Red. This is like then you have your Game Boy Advanced. And then you have your DS game. Are you sure it was Blue and Red? Blue, Red. Then you have like Sapphire and Ruby maybe. That's like more your age range. And then this would be like Diamond, Pearl. You can put larger cartridges in DS. That's true. That is true, yeah. Because that's what I did with my Silver. I had Silver, which was the big one. And Silver I put in I put it in my Game Boy Advanced. Because I had the Advanced. And then I eventually ended up getting a DS. And when I got the DS, that one I got Diamond. Diamond and Pearl. I didn't do Pearl. I did Diamond and what's the other one? Platinum. Yeah. Okie doke. So let's think. I also played Diamond and Pearl on DS, but Blue and Red were just different. Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever played Blue and Red before. Yeah, no, I only played... That's Fire. Oh, no, it isn't. Wait, Game Boy. Oh, it's the big one. Yeah, no, I played Fire Red. I remember Fire Red. Yeah, there it is. I did that one. I did all the Emerald and Sapphire. Because Game Boy is also DS. That makes sense, technically speaking. Yeah, in a way. I could see it. Those were good games. I remember going crazy on those. And then, if you were really cool, you and your friends would take the cable and like connect together and trade. Stuff like that. And then you'd have that one friend who like you didn't trade with ever, because they cheated so much in the game. They'd have like all the different hacks and stuff. They'd have all these level 100s and they're like thinking they're really cool and stuff. And you're like, whoa, how did you get this? And then you find out that they were cheating. And you're like, ah, nah, I never want to trade with you. No, no, no. No, no, no. I liked how you could bring your like on a DS, you could bring your Pokemon from like Fire Red over to your like Diamond and Pearl. That was really cool. Really, really cool. Hildon, thank you for the goose. Anyways, enough video game speak, because I've been wanting to play games all day. All day. Pagorli, welcome in. Huge Pagorli raid. Pagorli raid indeed. What were y'all doing? I already know the answer to that. Pagorli's working on the Down to Jam, D2 Jam. Working on a train game right now, where the game itself, you move the train. Correct me if I'm wrong here. You move the train by moving the window, right? Like resizing the window moves the train. I could not figure out how that worked. Pagorli streams. Pagorli's a pro streamer. What do you mean? Yeah, resizing the window controls the train. That is wild. I think it's such a neat concept. I'm excited to see exactly how you end up doing that. That's gonna be really cool. But yes, folks, check out Pagorli, pro streamer, top of the line. Holy moly. For those of you who don't know me, hello, my name's Covino. We don't typically have a goose here. Howdy, Ryan. Special Pagorli D2 Jam stream. Indeed, it's a special. If you're ever looking for one of those rare events, those things, are you a janitor? No. Not quite. But we're the opposite of a janitor right now, because what we're doing today, folks, is we are working on our second mini game here, part of our Mario Party-like. There we go. Thanks for all the run, make lunch for the kids. I'll be back to stream in a couple of hours. Ooh, Pagorli, sounds good. Appreciate the raid. Enjoy your lunch. So we got for our mini game here. What we got. Actually, this is not a host. This is the client. And then this one is Pagorli. And basically, what happens is you spawn in, and there's trash all over the ground. Obviously, we're having issues with spawning it on the client side, but it works on the host. And so we have two different pieces of trash, or types of trash, I should say. Well, 3 types of trash, 2 weight classes of trash. So let's full screen this one because you can see it. So we have a little piece of trash here, and the little piece, you pick it up, and there's 3 different bins. You have recycling, trash, and compost. And so you bring it over, boom, and you get a point. The point scoreboard is currently a little broken. And then of course we have big trash. So the big trash is actually super heavy. So it makes you walk, and you have to waddle over to put it in the right area. Bald Covino update when? Never again. And then boom, takes in the trash. So yeah, that's kind of the base idea. Wow, man, how you doing? Wow, man, that. So that's the idea. That's the play here. Steam Workshop support when? Aaron, that's coming. That is coming. Doing good. Just starting up here, trying to plan out how everything's going to go. But we ran into a huge issue with multiplayer, like a really big issue. And that big issue is that if you see in our errors here, is that it's not finding the nodes. Who's that pictured on the trash? Do you have beef with them? Oh, you don't recognize the person, the picture? What up, Infinite Coder? You don't recognize who this is, North Pole? Boom. We'll just do a single player here. Because I needed a placeholder for some like really big and heavy trash. And so first thing that came to mind when I was thinking of trash was Jackie's rapping skills. And so that's our large piece of trash. And as long as she doesn't find out, then we're in the clear. and we're not going to get in trouble. Yeah, I do feel a little bad because the day after I added this, she's like, Covino, we're friends, right? And I was like, yeah, I totally didn't make a piece of trash after you or anything like that. Yeah. So as long as she doesn't find out, we're okay. Which means this secret is between all of us. All of us here. I'm telling. No, Polyglot. Don't tell. This is our secret. It's our secret here. You can be like, oh, that you're nice little trash or something. I don't know. Just, it's a secret. It's a secret. We're like, Covino. But yes, you're right, Tobugus. Look at this. We implemented the other day the beautiful new Godot Jiggle Bone. The Jiggle Bone. For those of you who don't know the Jiggle Bone, because I found out a lot of people don't know what the Jiggle Bone is. They just see it. Let me get rid of this goose real quick. The Jiggle Bone is probably the best addition to Godot thus far. The best addition ever. And basically what it is if you can look at the tail here, as we're moving, it jiggles. It jiggles. Yeah, we were thinking of using more Godot animation instead of suffering in Blender. Oh, 100%. This Jiggle Bone, it's so easy to add. So easy. I don't know what it means in terms of code, but I like it. That's the thing. It's quite literally just a node you slap on and you make it stiff, and then, or you can make it less stiff and it just jiggles. That's it. Where else could one use Jiggle Bones? You can use the Jiggle Bones in anything. Anything you want to jiggle. You just, as long as it has a skeleton, you can make things jiggle. I'll show you in just a sec. You can make the Jiggle Bone stiff, huh? Yes, you can. And then the other like really neat bone is this. Notice how we're looking at the trash and the head follows it and the spine is even bending. We can do that with the look at bone now. So it's a bone that looks at something. I'll show you guys how the jiggle works. How to jiggle. Boom. So first thing we need to do to get to the jiggle is we got to look at the character. Boom. So here's our character. And as you can see, there's a bunch of balls on the thing. Acknowledge my dirty joke, Covino. Wait, you had a dirty joke? What was your dirty joke? You can make the Jiggle Bone stiff? How is that? Howdy, Nick. What do you mean? You quite literally, so look, you click the Jiggle Bone here, right? And what you have to do is you make it a child of the skeleton. So here's our skeleton, and these are the bones that we want to make to jiggle. And so what we do is we take the Jiggle Bone, and you quite literally, right here, you have to increase the stiffness of the Jiggle Bone. So there's nothing dirty about it. There's nothing weird. It's called stiffness. Wait. Oh, right there. Stiffness. So all you do is you have to make the Jiggle Bone stiffer if you want it to have less jiggle to it. So if we see here, the alligator, if you can, oh wait, let me shift. There we go. See how it jiggles? And then if we make it really stiff, Jiggle Bone. I know it is easy to make things stiff. It is super easy. So it's at 2.5 right now. Look at this. We set it to 4 and it's more like stuck in place. Oh, wait. And look, it's more stiff now. It still jiggles a little bit. Still jiggles, but it's a lot more stiff. So switch it back to 2.5. And the other thing I did was I put the stiffness on a curve. So it starts off really stiff, and then as you're playing with it, it just kind of gets less stiff. So the hope there is that like you just keep the whole shape going and whatnot. Oops, there we go. What? The alligator sounds like memory management feature. Memory management? I don't know. Okay, potentially if I define 2 coordinates and want to have a jiggle line between them, is this something I could use? If you define 2 coordinates, I'm not sure. I don't think so, because you need to use a bone. So you need to have a bone. And what you do is you just set the first bone. So our first bone is, let's use purple. is this one, and then our last bone is this one. And then it just jiggles everything in between, kind of. De-allocator versus de-alligator. I get it. That's funny. I get it. Oh no, what is North Pole planning? Is it only in 3D? Yes, it's a 3D node. I think they might have a 2D jiggle though. Let's see. Physical bone. Oh, maybe they don't. Yeah, I don't think they do actually. They do have collisions for it. So the jiggle bone, which this is what we're working on the side, is Godot. They mistyped, like whoever added the jiggle bone to Godot mistyped it and named it a spring bone simulator 3D. So it's really just a jiggle bone, and it's called a jiggle bone. So that's what we're referring to it as. But if you're looking for it in the node tree, they misspelled jiggle and they wrote spring bone simulator 3D. I'm sure they're going to fix it. Yeah, it's a huge typo indeed. They must have, I mean, to be fair, the person who made this was probably really, really tired because they did an amazing job on it. And so, yeah, it's actually just called the jiggle bone. I'm sure they're going to fix it in a later update. Maybe even 4.5 they'll fix it. We'll see. But hoping they fix it soon. Anywho, back to multiplayer. Oh, let me mention this one. The look spine. Super, super cool. Super cool. So it's looking at the look marker right now. Check this out. Anytime I move this look marker, it moves the character now. Because the character, the head and the spine are looking at this little marker. And so we can move it, and we can set how far they can actually look too. So if I go backwards, he can't actually, I mean, his neck will snap, but he has a radius limit on him, basically. A radius limit, which is really, really cool. Highly recommend checking out the looking, what is it? The look at modifier and the jiggle bone, or what they mistyped as spring bone simulator 3D. Yeah, I plan on using this a lot. And I want to use it for the tongue. I want to add a bone to the tongue, so then we can make the tongue kind of flop around in the wind and stuff. I think it'd be really cool. Covino, do you not get that? Do you not get the thing that North Pole was saying? About defining two coordinates and have a jiggle line. I think there's a different way to do that in Godot, but no, that's it. Just the stiffness. Oh, you can also change the radius as well, so it's like the collision points of how the bones jiggle. But yeah, that's the jiggle bone. Probably my favorite addition to Godot. Yeah, I think so. Anywho, garbage, trash, all this. They are dirty jokes. What? No, I'm serious. I'm thinking of certain mechanics with jiggly lines. Yeah, see? North Pole doesn't have a dirty mind. North Pole is like a little angel. Very innocent. I don't know if dumb, innocent, or just pretending. I don't know. Moxie, I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Anywho, multiplayer. I don't know how we would do it in 2D, because I haven't really made any 2D games. So, yeah. I'm sure you could figure it out, though. He washes the brain daily with Brainwasher, so the mind remains clean. Exactly. Clean mind, and we keep everything good. Is multiplayer hard in Godot? Yes and no. Howdy, Ruben. So I'm going to say for a beginner, which is what I am, yes, because you have to keep in mind that there's a different way of doing things. So this kind of transitions perfectly into what we're doing right now. For example, we have our garbage base. So our garbage base, what it does is it will add a child of the garbage, like a piece of garbage. It will add that mesh in right here. And then we have this area where when a player goes through it, it goes, hey, there's a player in here. and then gives them that piece of garbage after they pull it out of the ground. Do you use MNT/data in Windows? I don't think so. I don't think so. If your name is Covino and doing it on your second game, yes. That's very true. Pretty hard for Covino. Perhaps he just needs to adjust the stiffness curve. Maybe. But, so you would think, how would you think an area works like this? Initially, from a single player perspective, you would think, okay, well, body entered, and then we just say, okay, the body's found, set all the things. No, that's not actually how it works. How it really works is and Generic's going to correct me if I'm wrong here. How it really works is it tells everybody, hey, there's a body here. And then the host then has to go, okay, this body needs to do this action at this point in time. And that's where the multiplayer synchronizer comes in specifically for the rotation and all that of the base, if that's starting to make sense. And then the bin, so this is where we turn in the trash, and we have 3 different types. So you walk in with your trash, and it goes, again, the area goes, hey, there's a body here. And then the host needs to pick that up and say, right here, if multiplayer is server, the host needs to go, hey, leaderboard, add points to this body on this, like, this person has this points. Something like that. It's a little backwards, a little confusing. You would think it's just local every time. You have to imagine there are 4 identical games running, and only one should decide if what is the truth. Yeah, exactly. It's so far from what I've noticed, it's a very, very different way of programming single player versus multiplayer. In single player, you can kind of afford to be a little bit dirtier. But when it comes to multiplayer, you can't really afford that much. Like, you can be a little dirty with it, but not really. So, moving into that, right here, we have our garbage. Let's go back to our base. Our garbage base here. This is what's going to spawn in the garbage. Yeah, it's the job of the server to keep all information in sync. So be the judge of that. Exactly. Howdy, Van. How you doing? So, figuring out how we're going to add child. On the ready, when the trash gets put in, it will spawn it in. So when the game starts. Bro, more than half the live streams are AI or pre-recorded. It's all brain rot on YouTube. Really? On YouTube? Really? That's wild. I didn't think AI live streams would be a thing yet. Or at least not that crazy of a thing yet. Huh. Wild. So what we're doing here is in our trash scenario, so this is our main thing. So I use like wall texture equals pygame, image load, OS path join, OS get world, images, JPEG, except QB. I don't know what you're referencing to that. But that's also pygame. So I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. So we have a multiplayer spawner here for Windows. Wall texture equals the image load, OS path, get world for Windows. I still don't know what you're referring to with it though. So we have a multiplayer spawner. The multiplayer spawner is looking at our garbage node here. And with the garbage node, this is like our container for holding all the pieces of garbage that spawn into the world. And specifically, we're looking for the garbage base scene, which is this one, the one that like adds in the thing. The problem, and this is where things get really complex, is the spawner is having a hard time finding this garbage node to spawn everything in. Because trash scenario is within the game under scenario, so trash scenario gets added in here But this is a child of game, which is a child of the root. So this is where things get a little crazy. There's a Twitch AI bot called Super Bob. Oh, interesting. So that's we have to figure out a way to talk to the root, but don't go as deep through the tree. So you have root bone here, and that goes into game, which goes into scenario, which goes into our trash scenario, which goes into the garbage node. Garbage. Oh, it's kind of hidden there. Goes into the garbage node. That's not a G. Garb. I'm confused. Why are these dynamically being added to the game node? So then that way, when we can add it to all the other clients. So it's basically the host. What's happening is the host adds them in and then tells the client, hey, these are added in. This shouldn't matter. I agree, Generic. It shouldn't matter. But when we tested it yesterday or last night, we found that putting this node here, putting it directly into the root made it work. It worked when we put it directly in the root. So it's something to do with the way it like goes through this tree. The way it goes through the tree. What is the trash node? The area? Yeah, kind of. So the garbage base is a node 3D with an area in it. And what happens is when this thing is spawned through the multiplayer spawner, so the spawner will spawn that into garbage, then this garbage base will spawn in whatever piece of, like whatever random piece of trash it picks. And it picks that through a randomized garbage resource.scene instantiate, which is set by the garbage spawn. So garbage spawn picks a random piece of trash, says, hey, you are this piece of trash, and then adds them in, and then it spawns itself. So we have a spawner, basically, a spawner. And yeah, this is where things start getting weird. Yeah, but what spawns it across the network? That is the multiplayer spawner. So this multiplayer spawner is looking, and the host is the one that spawns. So garbage spawn, it only will spawn it for the host. So it spawns all the garbage or litters all the garbage on the beach for the host. And then this spawner picks that up from the host and sends it out to all the other clients. This is quite complicated. Yeah. This is multiplayer. This is multiplayer. And the worst part is there's no real easy way to make it less complicated. That's the worst part. So it's, But do you know what resources are not synchronized? Yeah, the thing that's not synchronized are the garbage, whatever the garbage spawn is spawning. So the garbage base is what it's not spawning in the garbage. Yes, because resources are not synchronized. Correct, but we're not synchronizing them. We are spawning them, not synchronizing. Hey, Dr. Dark, how you doing? I think he's saying the resources are not synced. Yeah, the resources are not. That is the same. No. If I remember, maybe I'm misunderstanding a spawner. Spawners spawn nodes, though. Spawnable scenes can be configured in the editor. It spawns passing a node as an object. Yeah, it spawns the object. Was looking at Mr. Dark, and those were taken as well. It does spawn nodes, right? Which is what we're spawning, and then the nodes themselves will spawn the resource, or spawn the scene based on the resource, which it does not replicate. No, step before that, it doesn't even spawn those nodes. It works, but very scuffed. Doesn't work. This doesn't work. You have to pass the resource ID instead. I think you're getting a step ahead though, generic. So what it should look like, resource is nil. No, not even that. Like, we're talking about a step before the resource becomes nil. A step before that. I'll show you in the remote. Seeing the remote will make a lot more sense. Time to solder. Solder. What are you making there, Mana? Ready, start. So I'll show you the remote, and the remote will make way more sense. In the host, we see it's all spawned. It's working beautifully. Excellent. Client, nothing's here. So we go to the remote. Guitar pedal, PSU. Ooh, fancy. And then we go to our environment. And over here, we see that garbage is empty. Let me zoom in. Garbage, whoop, empty. Nothing in it. Nothing at all. And then we go to our host. And then we go to environment. And then we go to garbage. And we see it's full. There's a bunch of stuff in it now. And it has all the garbage. Yeah, because the ready of it crashes on the remote. Oh, you think the ready crashes? So let's try that. Let's go into the garbage spawn. And let's just get rid of the ready. Get rid of the ready completely and see what happens. So it should, if it is the ready causing the issue, it should just spawn a bunch of areas for us to see. No, not this ready. Not this ready. Oh, which ready would it be? This is garbage base. Or this is garbage spawn. You're saying, oh, wait. Garbage base, sorry. You're right. Boom. This one. I really got to get better naming conventions. Someone sent on Discord a naming convention like video, and I have yet to get to it. Host. Okay, so now it should spawn a bunch of areas. If this is the issue, which it could be. Yeah, and it's not. Your naming conventions are trash or garbage. Yeah, so as we see, that's not the issue. It's not even that. If you were to publish this game, would the connection be peer-to-peer? The hope is to go through Steam's API and do a peer-to-peer setup like that using Steam's networking stuff. And then if the game performs really, really well, then we might switch to servers. So what is it showing remote in the logs? So in the remote, let's go into environment, garbage. This is the host, so it has everything in it. Then we go to the client, go to environment, and there's nothing in it. Woke up early today, had zero energy to do anything. Ooh, you burned yourself working on your script. Just gotta keep doing it. Gotta keep doing it, Chef Tales. There's no secret. It's just send it, and then you'll get into the moving and the groove and all that. Does Steam's networking system work well with Godot? Yes, it does. There's a whole asset library for called Steam Godot and all that. Finally found my movie idea. That's awesome. Stick with it. So yeah, this is the issue. Is that it's not even with the resource spawning. It's just purely spawning the garbage base. And what we found last night was it's due to the hierarchy. So the node cannot be found relative to the root. So there's no node path. It's saying that it's null. And when we tested this, going straight to the root, then it spawned the garbage. So it's something to do with the spawner and not playing well with the hierarchy of all the node structure. Look at the path. Why is there a synchronizer? The synchronizer is the garbage base for position and all that. This doesn't mean anything. Because we went through this yesterday for sure. So like the synchronizer is just doing the position and the rotation of the garbage. It's still the same issue. Really, these errors are false. Like they're fake errors, if you will. They're not telling what the actual problem is, and it's kind of the big issue of trying to read them. Is these don't tell you what's actually wrong. They're all fake. They're all fake errors because this isn't the problem. And so what the problem we're trying to solve is how do we get the spawner and the synchronizers to see properly with the ordering. And that's due to the way the node hierarchy is. That's the issue. My brand name I also found is called Pixel Eclipse. Pixel being the game art style and Eclipse being the darkness I have. Works both ways, works well for me, as well as it's working for something Pokemon related. Sounds awesome, Chef Tales. Sounds awesome. I would make sure that name's not taken anywhere because it's a good name. So did you remove the synchronizer to test it? Yes. It's not fake? No, these are all fake, Van. Guaranteed. Like, watch. I'll delete the synchronizer. And the same issue is going to occur. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to hit start there. Yeah. Host. Man. Boom. Bang. Bop. Ready, start. See, it's the same issue. Even removing that, and that's why I said those errors are fake, is because, as you can see, they're no longer there. And these have nothing to do with it. So those errors, completely and utterly fake. Very counterintuitive, right? Because you'd think like, oh, trust the errors, but no, not in multiplayer. In multiplayer, errors cannot be trusted. That is something I've learned so far. Not really fake. Since you deleted them, and they're not there. Yeah, but they're not telling the root of the problem. Can you uncomment? Ready again? Sure thing. Oops. Boom. Bang. Bop. But the same issue is going to occur. Because again, it's not spawning the garbage base. The garbage base. If it was spawning the garbage base, we'd at least see areas and it would say like, oh, resource problem. But yeah, even one thing in the path is not being dynamically created correctly. I will error. And is that what I'm trying? That's what I'm trying to say there. Even if one thing's not being dynamically created. And we could switch out how many things we're creating. Like how many nodes are being spawned. Because right now it's 10. So this is the garbage base in our host. And then over here, environment, nothing. Now there's just nothing. Right there. And then the errors, same thing. This is fine. This is fine. You show the spawner definition. The spawner definition. What do you mean by the spawner definition? Like, go into spawner. And it should show... Doesn't show it. This is it. It's just looking at the spawn path of garbage. So spawnable scenes that are added as direct children are replicated to other peers. And then there's no spawn limit. And it's looking for garbage base scenes. What's on the auto spawn list? The garbage base, which is this guy. The areas. Which is that script. It's Pokemon Emerald, the Eclipse Arrow, which uses always daylight in my lore advantage, so I can use Darkness of the Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre to turn the bright, sunny, beautiful sky to a deep, rainy, sad darkness, using dark and electric type Pokemon to help me doing such. Cool. Can you remove export from the resource? Sure. This one? This would remove the... I guess, yeah, we don't need it exported. Okay. And then try it out? Because maybe it's trying to export a resource. And you can't do that. Ready, start? No. Still nothing. And nothing. Let's go to the remote. There they are, with no resources. Oh, they has a resource by default. Oh, right, because we just did export. Go to the other one. Nothing. Just guessing, such is the way of programmer. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. It's a very annoying issue. And we know how to make it work. That's the thing. That's the thing that gets me, is we know how to make it work. And the way to make it work is we have the root here. And when we put a node directly in the root, it could spawn it, no problem. What inside of this is supposed to update for the client? So the thing that's supposed to update for the client is the node itself. So it gets added into the client. And then the, like the texture, the mesh, along with its like score. So its value. My script so far is 318 words, which is impressive for someone who doesn't use Google Docs every day. Yeah, sure. I mean, okay, I checked spawner, doesn't care about properties, right? So that's why I'm saying that it's the node path. The node path. I'm surprised there are no errors thrown now. That's multiplayer. That's multiplayer. It doesn't... That's why they're fake. Can you statically set the node path for it to look for? I think we can, actually. And that's not a bad idea. Maybe what we do is, in the trash scenario, we will create the spawner in the scenario and then have it look. But I thought we did this before. Let me try. Actually, let's export it first. test as multiplayer spawner. Oops. Let's just give this a test. Okay. And then in ready, we can say test dot spawn path equals, and then we need to say, well, the spawn path is just garbage. So we would have to do this and then copy node path environment / garbage, but we can do the full path. So it'd be environment / trash scenario / scenario game root. No start /. Using the add child true thingy? Yeah, we are. Let me double check it just to make sure. Add child true, yeah. So let's try this maybe by giving it the path. So right here in spawn, we're just setting its path manually to the garbage. Maybe that's it. Join, connect, blah, 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 ready, start. Nope. That didn't work either. Just check the remote, make sure nothing's in there. Yep, nothing's in there. What's the response from the test? Nothing. No response. So now let's try deleting the multiplayer spawner, and we'll make it in code and try that out. Multiplayer manager. This is for a synchronizer though, but we should be able to do one. Yeah. So we'll delete the spawner. We will do onReady var spawner as multiplayer spawner equals multiplayer spawner dot new, and then we go and we say let's do garbage. No. It should be a node. I guess it's not. We'll just do a export var garb as a node 3D. And then we do garb.add. No, we don't want to add it to the garbage though. Environment as the node 3D. 14 kilometers. Holy moly, polyglot. Good on you. Add child spawner. And then we need to say spawner dot well, yeah, we would do spawn path. Cut that out. Equals. And then we want to say spawner dot add spawnable scene with the path of our garbage resource. Garbage resource. Or garbage base. Copy path. Just highlight it. Boom. You could also try calling dot spawn node on the spawner to test what happens when you spawn manually. That's a good idea. We'll do that as well. Spawner dot spawn data. I don't know what this is looking for. Spawn requests a custom spawn with data passed to spawn function to all peers. Returns locally spawn node instance already inside of the scene. Spawn is only needed for custom spawns. Nah, skip that, too complicated. We'll try this out, where we're manually spawning this and see what happens. So just to make sure, we have the spawn path. So this is what it's looking at. This is what it's trying to spawn. And is there any more calls? Child, create tween. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll try that out. Save it, play it. Ooh, Nelly. Boom, boom. Host. Client. Ready, start. Add child on null. Oh, because I didn't set the environment. Duh. Man, oh man. All right, multiplayer host. Could subscribe to the spawn signal on remote and print out what's happening on the other. The only other idea I have. Yeah. That was something that I was thinking about doing too. Nah, it still didn't spawn. It worked here. It worked here. It didn't work here. Huh. Man, but we got ads coming up. So what we're going to do is chuck on the words, heading to level 1. Lots of fun. And then when we get back, we're going to figure out, okay, how do we manage to get the stupid trash to spawn? That's all we want. We just want to litter the beach. Why is it so hard to commit a singular crime? That's it. Thing is, what code is filling the host garbage collector thing? Thing is, what is filling. Have to get people there. Do drop the garbage. Yeah. The thing is, what code is filling the host's garbage collector thing? Yeah, so it's filling the garbage. I mean, it's working on the host, though. I mean, ads can't hear you fine. Gotcha. Speaking of ads, I'll be right back real quick. And then when I return, I think I have an idea. And I'm not going to like this idea, but I think it's going to have to be done. I think so. Yeah. I'll be right back real quick. Bloop. Boop. Yikes. Oh, Munglo. Hello. This is awkward. Let's get that webcam back on. Words off. Webcam? Hello? Webcam. There we go. Hello. Whew. Welcome in, Munglo. What were you working on? Tell everyone. What were you doing? We're still in Struggle Town over here. Big time Struggle Town. Big time. We just tested out a whole bunch of things. And it's still, oh boy. It's still rough. It's still rough. Folks, if you want to see a phenomenal multiplayer game being created right now, you gotta check out Munglo. Gotta. Phenomenal multiplayer abilities where it's things are getting in, they're flopping around, they're getting hit. It's super cool. Making move from Blender mockup render test to Godot proc arena. Ooh, that's gonna be awesome. That's gonna be really awesome. All right. So, where we have landed so far, and this was my idea that I think we're gonna have to implement, unfortunately. I have a feeling that we are going to have to be struggling big time. And what I mean by that is I think we're going to have to basically almost remake our entire game. Did you get the spawner fully integrated and working now? No. We just spent the last hour trying to figure it out. You also have to add my goose. That's true, Ruben. We're going to be adding it. Don't you worry. Ruben, I already know where we're going to add the goose. I already have the perfect plan for it. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I think what we're going to have to do is almost redo everything. Everything. Last I saw, it did replicate scenes across the network, though, right? Yes, but the only reason it did is because we changed the node hierarchy. And what I mean by that is, Pecorli, thank you for the goose, is this hierarchy here. I'll turn on just a sec. Whoop. So this hierarchy, what we did to make it spawn, that was the fix, was we put our garbage node here. We put our garbage node here. Outside of the game, outside of everything. But this is really, really bad setup for our game. That's the problem. I was the one who told you to do that. Right, Munglo. Right. Right. No, it isn't. Why would it be bad? It's bad because how would we... Like, this mini game is a mini game. So it's part of a greater game, a bigger game. And so, wait, doesn't that make it basically global? Almost. But the problem with it is we're going to have a whole board game, and then we're going to have these mini games in like getting added onto the game itself. So just like Mario Party, at the end of every round, a new mini game is going to appear. It's going to be a randomized mini game, and then boom, it gets added in. So we don't want to keep this garbage node in here all the time. Which is the issue. For each game, you can make containers like network objects. For each game, you can make containers. So spawners have simple working paths. So are you saying for each mini game, we would instead JTech Pet, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes they can use to welcome people to the team. Windows is easy, and lower it is, the less it sees. The higher it is, the more it sees. How many mini games will there be? 15 in total. 15 in total. Create those on the fly when loading the game. Oh, so okay. maybe would it make sense to, they don't have to always exist, right? So basically what we would be doing is similar to this scenario node being inside the game. Instead, we move this scenario node to like the root and then go from there. What mini games are you gonna add? There's a lot. There's a lot, yeah. Okay. I think I see what you're saying. I think I see the path. That might fix this. Just doing that might fix the spawners. I think it might too. That's making sense. Okay. Let's how? The issue is you have a convoluted path for spawner, so they're lost. Right. Right. Want to make things simple for Godot. This makes sense. Is there a way where we can see this this path when we don't have the game running? Like, can I zoom out on the tree? Nope. Because I'd like to see the root and all that. What is the main scene that launches when you press play? Game. Game is the scene that we see. And specifically, it's this main menu within the game. So you see, when you hit play, boom, main menu. Oh, nuts. Whew. Okay, so do the test of garbage spawner in that scene. Oh, in game, you're saying. Okay. Node 3D. And then we'll do garbage. Actually, garb test. Sure. And then what happens is when we pick a scenario, it will load into this scenario node. So we need to, spawners in there should work fine. Oh, if we put the spawner in this garb test, or put it in scenario. Huh. Maybe we put it in scenario then. Well, no, that wouldn't work because we already tested that. I just realized you have that goose virus. It's not a virus, wow. This one isn't in particular. But it's also time for it to go away. Goose is awesome. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's so annoying. For my setup, I have the node in the base of main scene. Under it, I have a container of avatars, projectiles, and so on. Some like avatars and projectiles are monitored by multiplayer spawners. I thought it was the meme virus. I like Bonzi Buddy. Nah. No, basically separating network objects by category. That makes a lot of sense. I'm seeing what you're saying with all this. With like your original node setup. I didn't quite understand it. And now I'm starting to understand it as we're struggling in. So what we could do then is change this type just to a regular node. And we will put in this node. Well, The thing is, where do we want to spawn the garbage itself? Do we just put the spawner in here and then the spawner will go into the trash scenario when it gets added and then pick garbage? So it's at like a higher priority level and it can look down? Or do we have to spawn the garbage in that node? But for this, you can do a single network object container and use the multiplayer spawner spawn method when a game mode needs to spawn an object on network. Then you don't have to pre-register the scenes on spawner. Oh. Hold up. A single network object container and use multiplayer spawner spawn when a game mode needs to spawn an object. Wait, so are you saying what we could do is do something like this, add multi-spawner like that. When I say a container, it's just a node to put things under? Right. Under that you spawn in. So would this work if we have like a spawner node here and then we'll write a spawner in code to be added as a child like this, and then it will take the spawn path depending on what scenario or like what mini game gets added in. So when we add in the trash scenario, the game would be like, hey, we're loading in the trash scenario from choose random scenario. It says, hey, we're loading the trash scenario in, and then the spawner sets up for that. You can set up the spawner and container in game scene. Oh. So we don't even need this node, and the game itself will just add the spawner. Then just use it for the game scenario. Okay. And this is all, you're saying all through code here. So if we do onReady var spawner as multiplayer spawner equals multiplayer spawner dot new. So for garbage pickups, instead of spawning the garbage like you used to, you just send the node to that spawner and it should replicate over the network. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think. I could be a little off. So we'll go here and then we say, we make a function for creating and adding the spawner, taking in an argument for which scenario it is. And then the spawner would then, goals to make the spawner and sync nodes do the heavy lifting. Okay. So let's do func set spawner. Spawner doesn't care about what scenario you run. Right. Well, it needs to. It's only to spawn in things on the network. Why would it need to? Because a spawner node, multi-spawner, it still needs a spawn path. And it needs a spawn list. No? Path, yes. But it doesn't actually need a spawn list. It can just have a path and spawn anything that spawns within that path to be replicated over. Ooh, baby, baby. It's a wild world. I don't think I even committed bongos. And then, oh, let me just copy paste. Copy. Paste. Okay. That's the thing. Instead of having a predefined list of game mode, sends the node to the spawner. Wait, instead of having a predefined list, the game mode sends the node to the spawner directly, making use of its spawn method. Oh. So here, for litter, which is the spawning of the nodes themselves, it will just say, this would also tell the spawner where to look. I think I have to just start typing, and then it'll click eventually. Okay. You go spawner.spawn. New garbage. Yeah. So it's a custom spawn event. Spawner.spawn, new garbage. Okay. That means I could just leave the spawner inside this scenario node then. Like leave a node, a spawner node. Predefined scene list is for convenience. So I do multiplayer spawner. And then we will change this to an export. Save it. Oh, don't do that. Assign the spawner. But I mean, spawner in the container, it is monitoring, can be in the main scene. Doesn't care about the mode or what you tell it to spawn in. So is this going on like a higher level? So if I do this and I set the spawn path to scenario, now anything that we spawn into the scenario will be replicated over the network, like anything that we put in there. If you use the spawner spawn method. Okay. Which I'm sure has limitations. Okay. I'm just trying to think of how to set this up. So what happens here is when we hit start, we are calling an RPC to transition to the scenario. This would have to be changed. But make the node that you spawn network objects its own thing with no nodes under it. Oh, okay. Make the node that you spawn network objects in its own thing. Oh. So we can do a node and we'll call this like network objects. And then this we can pull out of the scenario. Boom. Node 3D for the container. Node 3D for the container. So we have network objects, and now the spawner will assign to network objects. And then what we want to do is come over here, and we have the spawner, and then we want the network objects as a node 3D. And then when we actually go to spawn things, we will spawn them in network objects as compared to spawning them into garbage. Make sure your container is zeroed out. Transform. If the local space is the same as global space, it isn't. You will be confused. I hope it's zeroed out. Transform? Yeah. How easy is the spawner now that it works? Do you get updates, spawned items for free? It doesn't work, Medusa. Doesn't work yet. Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, instead of spawning, let's delete this. Instead of spawning the garbage in this garbage node, instead, we want to spawn it in this network objects node. Yeah, it works great, and he needs to get it working. Yeah, once I get it working, then I think I'll understand it. Now you pass the node to the spawner's spawn method, I think. Oh, okay. So I should write the spawn method in the game then, in this game script. No. Well, then how do I get the spawner if I don't write a... I know it has a spawn method. Oh, wait, I could do here. And we say, for the litter, we would say something like game.instance.spawner.spawn, and then give what we want to spawn, which is garbage base, instead of the add child. And then let's move this up a line. Well, I guess we would do the spawner after anyways. Global position though, so we should do it here. And now it's gonna add it to our other thing. All right, let's see what happens. Haven't used the spawn method myself yet. We were just looking at it earlier, and it seems to be fine. Okay. Host. Client. Ready. Start. Okay. Nothing spawned. Let's go to the remote real quick. Game. No network objects. What about in the other session? No network objects. Errors. Spawn function. Property to be valid callable. Is not inside tree is true. Custom spawn requires spawn function properly to be valid callable. So we need to do the spawn function properly. Property. The spawn function property. I know that's another thing. It's like, okay, the child under the container first. Child under the container first. So here's the container. And, oh, child under the, you're saying over in the spawn. It thinks that default spawn method, it has the default, but you can overwrite with a custom one. So we want to put this in, okay, add the child under the container first. okay. So we want to say above that spawn, get the add child line back. Yeah. And we did, well, we're going to want to do game.instance dot network objects dot add child, and then we're adding the garbage base. So now we are adding the child of the garbage base into this network objects node. Host. Yeah, and talent spawner should replicate it, right? Multiplayer join. Blah, blah, blah. Ready, start. Okay. It spawned for the host. Did not replicate over. We don't see it anywhere either. Let's go into the remote and see if it's there. Remote. No network objects. And then we go to the host, and there they all are. What's the tick rate of the server going to be? That's a great question. Haven't gotten there yet. It requires a spawn function property to be a valid callable. So we need to do a spawn function. Add the garbage scene to the spawner auto list. It's under scenarios, trash, items, garbage base, open. You could register scenes to auto list in code 2 when loading a game mode. I think that's what we're going to eventually get to. That way, like, depending on what game mode it is, we can change it. Although we could just leave. Could we leave an auto list in there? Ooh, that didn't work out. Oh, wait. Okay. We got one thing. We got one. I'm curious if we got more than one and they're stacking. This is a whole bunch of them. And this is on the host. Ah, we only got one. Okay. We got one, though. It's a bit unoptimized if you have all of them in there. Yeah. So we'll have to set which ones to spawn depending on what scenario gets loaded. Okay. We have one thing loaded. Go into this real quick. Uncomment that out. Only one got loaded. Why? Because it got added for count in garbage count. Let's go to our trash scenario. Garbage count is 10. And it only did it one time, though. Spawner. No spawn limit. Picking a garbage base. So why would it only spawn one? Because this is a for loop. Add a wait for the next frame before it spawns. Yeah, maybe. Forgot how to await a frame though. It's like network. No. Frame buffer. No, that's not right. There's like a physics frame tick or something. Isn't there? Like a can't remember what it is. Like there's an actual call for waiting a frame tick. Don't ask me. I forgot what it is. Let me pull this up. Godot await frame tick. Idle frame? No. Get tree process frame. Await get tree dot process frame dot timeout. No, just await process frame. Join. Okay. Ooh. Something broke. Scene on base object of type nil. Ah, so the resource is nil. Okay, let's not do that yet. Let's comment that out. We just want them spawning first. Ready, start. Still only did one. Oh, yeah, no. It's still only one. But the host has them all. Alright, so that's not it. Oh, that resource might need to be picked up and set properly on the client side, since it isn't part of the OG scene, so it doesn't sync data. Right. That's what we're gonna have to do for sure. What happens in here? Random spawns from host to client? Yeah, basically, we're trying to get a random set of spawns with a specified number, but like random resources of the thing being spawned, and get that spawned on the host and then to the client. Let's try just a 0.1 timer. I know it's going to be really slow, but I'm just curious if process frame didn't work. Host, join, ready, start. So give it a moment. Nah, 37 errors. It didn't like that. Where are they? Litter, unable to spawn function property. Could try a simple text cube again. Well, what is the spawn function? Because spawn and spawn function are different. Like, I think there's an actual call. Spawner.spawn. Yeah, see, spawn function. Spawn function, method called on all peers when custom spawn is requested by the authority. Will receive the data parameter, should return a node that is not in the scene tree. Ah, node return should not be added to the scene with an add child. Out for dog food and such? Ah, sounds good, Munglo. Appreciate all the help. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the raid. Have a great one. Spawn function. So if I do that, but do I need a dot? How do I do spawn function? Method called all peers is requested by authority. Receive data parameter. Return a node that is not in the scene tree. So instead of add child, we want to call spawn function dot, or spawn function garbage base. You call a function with dot call, spawn function dot call, and we do that up here. Get rid of that. Host. Connect. Blah, blah, blah. Ready, start. Nah, I didn't like that. Null callable on null instance. What if I just do spawn function? Just spawn function? That wouldn't make sense though. Host. Connect. Blah, 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 blah. Interesting. Now it's not spawning anything. We have 40 errors. Spawn function property callable. So we call it, do dot call spawn dot call, and then how do we use the spawn function though? Godot 4.4 spawn function. Do you need to set the spawn function first? Yeah, that's what it was saying in the errors. I just don't know what that looks like. Spawn function. Yeah, this is just set spawn function callable. Should not be added to the scene with node add child. Methods called on all peers when a custom spawn is requested by the authority. Will receive a parameter, should return a node that is not in the scene tree. So it's saying like we shouldn't even be adding the child, and we don't do a spawn function, but that didn't work when we tried that. Because then we go maybe. So spawn function object instantiate. I don't think it's object instantiate. It doesn't seem right. Ready? Start. Okay, it didn't spawn anything. But it said don't do an add child. But it's weird. When we do add child, then it works. Unless it's, we call the location and then we say spawn function. I don't know if that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work though. No. Game instance dot spawner dot spawn function. It says it's a parameter. That's weird. Get spawnable scene, clear, add, spawn function, Method called when custom spawn is requested. So this happens when we call custom spawn. Yeah. Requests a custom spawn with data passed to spawn function on all peers. So it's already doing that. We're able to do classic fetch data and info about objects and add it to all player clients. We're trying to basically do that, and that's what we're struggling with. Is just get it to spawn for everyone, all the clients. Spawn is only needed for custom. Turns the locally spawned node. Okay. But if we did the add child, that's when it worked. Oops, I went back too far. When we added child, then it worked. And then if we clear this out and we don't do the custom spawn, in theory it should work because it's looking for it, but it's not going to. Or is it? No. Wait, it does. But it only does it one time. It only does it once. And nor does it do it in the right positions. Unable to auto spawn node with reserved name. Oh. True. Host. Connect. Now let's go to the remote. Network objects. Okay. That's huge. Okay. They all spawned. They all spawned. That worked. We just need to get their positioning now. Okay. Okay. Garbage base. And then what we can do is do a multiplayer synchronizer, create. And we're going to want to add a property to the base. And we're going to want the position. And we're going to want the rotation. Oh. And we're going to want the rotation. Like that. Save it. Play it. Boom. Host. Connect. We did it. We did it. Okay. It's spawning. They're all in the same position. Same rotations. Now we just have to get the resources on them. So we need to like visibly see the trash. This is huge. Okay. Whew. Classic spawn, custom multiplayer spawn. Yeah, it's... Okay. Now, this is where stuff starts going a little crazy. Because we can't just... I don't think it's as simple as using a resources path for doing this. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. It works on the host just fine, but the client cannot get the resource. It's null on the client. Network objects, Yeah, it spawned one. It was like exploding because of the resource. So we need a different way of setting which trash is going on. One idea is don't use resources. Generic gun won't like that idea for sure. Another idea is we can what? Oh, my bicep. That hurt so much. You started seizing on me. Whew. Back later? Sounds good, Tricky. Another idea is what? We could do like a custom spawner on it. But you can't spawn a resource. Unless we do a spawner. I wonder if we do a spawner. But it's not going to know what exactly we're spawning. Maybe that's okay. Wait. Just one more try. True. But I wonder if we could do this instead and go var scene equals scene. Just out of curiosity. Multiplayer host. Connect. Test. Ready. Start. Still didn't work. Scene on base type nil. Yeah, it just can't get that resource. What if we make it happen before the ready? So we do an on ready for it? Let me do on ready var. Potentially. Multiplayer host. Multiplayer connect. Test. Ready. Start. Nah. Really does not like resources. Huh. Yeah, garbage resources nil. So we're gonna have to do something besides a resource. Different way of spawning them besides a resource. What is another way of doing this? Let's go under... no. different way of spawning the resource. Okay. So what if we did, instead to spawn the resource, we could do... What is it breaking the client? Client does have the resource, right? No. So that's the thing, is in multiplayer, you can't transfer resources. It's really annoying. You cannot transfer resources in multiplayer. And so the idea was we'd have a resource with the pack scene, the name, the type of garbage, if it was heavy or not, and then the point value of it. But we can't do that, unfortunately. So we need to think of a different way to do this while still maintaining the stuff that we want from it. One way is we have to make each pack scene separately, add it to an array, and then have each garbage base when they get added in to choose a random piece of trash that they're going to be and do that. And then within the pack scenes of those, we'll have the individual variables. So close you. Let's open up a piece of trash. For example, we have our garbage soda can. We have our soda can scene here. And all it is a mesh. But we'll have to stick in a script for all the variables that we need within it. And we could probably export those to make it a little bit easier. But it just means that for every piece of trash, we're going to have to set it. And I think it will work that way. Before we go ahead and do that, let's do in the garbage spawn. It adds the child garbage base. So here, instead, let's do a test scene, and we will export var test scene as a packed scene dot instantiate, and we will just throw in our soda can. So what will happen here is we will only be throwing in the soda can. So we should see 10 soda cans on both the client and the host, if this works. And then that just means each scene needs to have its own things. Nope, that still broke. Wait. Implicit ready scene. Oh, because I didn't get rid of the on ready. Working yet? Munglo? We got it working. And now we're on the resources. So the thing that was happening is it was with the ordering of spawning and adding a child. And that was it. So yeah, we got it working. Now we're just trying to get the meshes to properly go over. And I think I know the solution to it. I think. And shoot. What is this? Set labels. Why are you breaking? Might be a race condition. Covino, oh my god, the hair's back. Quadescent, my hair's been back. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's been It's been like 6 months, 7 months since I didn't have hair. There it is. Okay, we know what to do. As you can see, we have all of them. They're all soda cans. Howdy, Lupo. Just in time. Okay, so we're gonna have to redo our resources. We can't have resources, and instead we need pack scenes. Are they synced position-wise? Yes, they are, Munglo. Yes, they are. We got them synced position, rotation, but now we need to rework our resources and turn them all into pack scenes, unless there's a better way to do it. And that's what we're gonna figure out once these ads are over. Once these ads are over. So chucking on the words, heading to level 1, lots of fun, and then we can figure it out. Oh, I just spawned base weapon or projectile scene on network. Yeah, that's what I just did, Munglo, is now I am, now I'm just spawning a pack scene. Then the setup with mesh and such after spawn. Yeah, that's basically what's happening, is we have a spawner, so which just defines what area we're spawning in. And then this spawner will pick a like a random pack scene to do. And then I think what we're going to do is put all the resource stuff on the pack scene, just not as a resource. We're going to have to do it individually, but they can share the same script, and we just export the variables. And so for each individual piece of trash, we're going to have to manually set all the values and the weight and all that. I think that's what's going to have to happen. I think so. Unless there's a better way. But resources, as easy as they were to use, they're not good for multiplayer, unfortunately. All right, I'll be right back real quick, and then we will figure it out. Boop. All right, I have returned. Whew. It's in the mesh path. Back to one who asked. Where's my... There we go. Whew. Ryle. Let's turn off the autopilot here. Oh, it was already off. Sweet. Sweet. Alright, finish out this this thing. Zard. With resources, you can send paths. You can send paths so it can load it, or have a lookup table that is the same on everyone. So resource ID 4, always same ID. Oh. I don't think I've ever done that before. Let's see. Turn the words off. Bloop. So benefit with lookup is that you only send the ID. Okay, so what we could do then is go to the garbage spawn, and this is what we had to do. Oh yeah, that's what we did. You don't want to do, so the way we fix this, Munglo, is we actually didn't do a custom spawn. Instead, you just add the child to the host, and then it'll follow through. So built-in structure and code that you can grab. So built-in structure in the code that you can grab. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if the scene is in the spawners list. Right. I think that's... Yeah. Yeah, that is a preferred way. And what we can do then later is set the scene, or like what it's looking for in the list. We can set that through when we choose a scenario, which we should probably take note in here, and then say to do create function to change what spawner auto spawn list is looking for depending on scenario chosen. Okay. Now, what we need to do is here. Actually, I pressed insert, didn't I? Yeah. So what we need to do is get the resources now. That would be in our garbage base. So this is what I did, is I just did a test scene really quick, and I just slapped in a pack scene just to see if it would work. Now you can see how Spawner can do lots of work for you. Yeah, it does a lot of work. I definitely like spawners and synchronizers. They're just a little confusing to follow. I think that's the biggest issue, is trying to follow them and like where they go, how they go, and all that. Now the sync is even better. Oh, it is, for sure. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I see your node setup. I'm understanding it now. Before, I was just trying to add nodes, and it's making more sense. They work in tandem, yeah. And honestly, maybe that node thing is what we do. Is we put them up here, and as the players are spawned in, like the host will spawn in a player every time they join. And then from there, we can just set their, because that's the next thing once we get these resources going, is getting the players' positions. And that is going to be rough. Getting the players' positions. Yeah. And updating those. Okay. So, resources. We could do it with a resource ID of some sort. If we go into our garbage base, so our garbage base has what does it have? It has a resource. You can even decide that the first auto spawn list entry is the avatar, allowing game modes to use custom avatars. Oh, that would be cool. We're able to sync the whole properties of Player 3D, or is it frowned upon because there's way too much data to send? I'm not sure. Avatars take a bit extra steps due to authority switch. Yeah. And we'll have to plan out authority switching when the host disconnects, or if the host disconnects, which is going to be a whole nother can of worms. Okay, let's see. On ready, bar, scene, we don't care. We have the resource. So this resource is being set by the spawner. Yep. It's being set by the spawner. I would not bother with host migration. That changes completely how you store data on network. Not for the way we have it set up. The way we have it set up was with that in mind. And so if it works properly, it would just be a matter of basically flipping a Boolean saying like, oh, this is the host. This is no longer the host. That's the thought anyways. Let's see. So, garbage array dot pick random. Then the problem is that as the host leaves, the network goes down. Right. We'd have to toss up like a reconnecting screen or something. A reconnecting screen of some sort. Host is always pure ID. Right, pure ID 1. We'd have to figure out a way to switch it. Not sure yet. I'm not worried about thinking about that right now. That will be a thing though, for sure. All right, so we have garbage equals garbage array dot pick random. And what this does is it picks a random resource and sets it. As soon as the host leaves, the clients lose connection, so you would need a third party to bounce against. Right. And you don't think we could set like a... I wonder if we could set like a... let's just say it's non-trivial. True. I mean, I wonder if we could set like pick 2 players and say, hey, you're the host, and then you're the backup host. Or like keep an array of them of some sort. So you have like backup host 3, backup host 2. And then if host 1 disconnects, then it moves to host 2. If they disconnect, it moves to host 3. That seems like really complex though. But yeah. But then both drop and same thing, yeah. You need to back up lobby keys made for everyone, right? Yeah, that's rough. Okay. We'll ignore that for now. We don't need to worry about it. Let's see here. So, garbage array, pick random. This is network drops. The network objects can only get removed depending on the authority, I think. Probably. More than likely, at least. Okay. How are we going to do this resource? How are we going to do the resource? Also, garbage node is no longer used. Get rid of it. So we pick a random resource in the litter when we go to litter. And then we are setting garbage base. We're setting that resource of the garbage base to that random resource. Garbage resource, garbage. Would it be easier if we just if instead we just have the garbage spawn, or actually the garbage base, with an array of pack scenes, and then we just tell on litter, we'd give it a random number? In the garbage, add a script that on ready, if not server, send RPC to server for what resource it should use. Return the resource path through a response RPC. Okay. So in the garbage, this would be in the base. Add a script that on ready, if not server, send an RPC to the server for a resource it wants to use. Garbage resource. Garbage resource is here. It's a variable. It's not the fastest, but it works if the garbage is invisible until it gets the response and nothing else relies on it being fast. Ooh, we do need it kind of fast. Because we have to keep in mind that the garbage, it's not just going to happen one time. This thing's going to be constantly spawning garbage. And garbage might be falling out of the sky. It might be coming out of the water. Like, it's going to be a garbage fest. Fast being sub 100 milliseconds. If it isn't difficult, I'm making you a good overlay in the summer vacation. Oh, are you North Pole? Sure. Sounds good to me. Sounds great, actually. I'm looking forward to it. Whew. Let's see. Garbage spawn. Garbage array, pick random. Gonna make it minimalistic though. You already know what I like. I like it minimalistic. That's perfect. Excellent. Garbage array, pick random. Garbage resource. Little viewport in the screen showing some gameplay of Realm Rapture. Maybe of this game, if it is available. North Pole. This game will be available in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In November or December. Oh man, that's a long way away. The mini games will be available though. Little viewport in the screen. That sounds awesome though. Another way is to set up a lookup table. Set the ID value on garbage instance. Spawn it. Default to -1. On host, you set the correct ID when spawning it. Then sync on the spawner syncer, which should be slightly faster. So I'm hoping some minigame gameplay perhaps. Oh, for sure. What year? Ryan. This year. 2025. It's happening. 2025. But yeah, we'll definitely have some minigame gameplay. For sure. It'll be phenomenal. Well, actually, We might even have a demo video, because if we think about the actual math, it's going to be about, our goal is to finish this mini game within a week. And so each mini game is 1 week. That's 5 weeks plus another one for good measure. So we'll say 6 weeks from now, all the mini games will be done. Then we leave another, let's say 3 weeks for the board. So 9 weeks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the end of May, beginning of June. In June, we might have like a full demo. That's the plan, maybe. Maybe July. We'll go for a full demo in July. Yeah, that would be good. A demo in July. That's the goal. And the demo will have a single board, 5 mini games, and all that fun stuff. Yeah, July. But if I recall correctly, the synced values aren't ready when the client node fires it's ready. Will you add Steam Deck support on the demo? Probably not, Aaron. Probably not. So we need to monitor the value, hook it up to the synchronizer signal when it changes, and just do a simple if ID is not equal to -1 and mesh is null. Set up visuals. You just need any controller support in Linux build. Well, yeah, but the Linux build is the tough one. Both being optional? Kind of figured the setup of good overlay when I start toying with it. I'll set a meeting with you. Sounds good, North Pole. Hit me up. You already know where to find me. Linux, Munglo. I would love to do, I want to do a Steam Deck build for sure. That's part of our initial plan, is to make this game for the Steam Deck. But it's kind of the order of operations are PC first, then we go to Mac, or Mac/Steam Deck, really. I can build Windows fine, and done it other way too. Yeah, the big thing I hear about is with Steam Deck, or just Linux in general, is that Linux has so many problems when it tries to play with games that it causes some headache. Windows and Linux are same. Oh. No, it doesn't? Interesting. Set Proton layer for Steam Deck. Oh, okay. Then yeah, we might be able to get the demo out on a Steam Deck then. Potentially. I don't have a Steam Deck though. I think I know someone who does. I might be able to borrow it. Yeah. I wouldn't mind testing it. Well, of course. All I have to do is not be a moron, and use OX exclusive code. Oh, then we're set. We should be set, hopefully. Let me just change this real quick. 4 to 8. Should be, yeah. Okay, back to spawning. I have a question. Would it make more sense, and would it be easier if we didn't use a resource and instead just in our pack scenes, we add like a script that we add on all of them that exports their value, their name, and how heavy they are, which are like the big variables that we need? Would that be easier than going through the whole resource system and trying to use like an ID and all that? I mean, sync them over network. So yeah, so like for example, Soda Can would have a script on it called trash script, for example. And trash script would basically just be this. This would be on the, instead of extending a resource, it just extends a node. And we just shove this script on every individual piece of trash that we make. And then that way they all have stuff. Oh, and I already know I'm adding a workout counter. Oh, North Pole. Oh boy. I mean, that is going to be good though. It's a good idea. It's been highly requested. For sure. For sure. I have a, yeah, North Pole, whenever you want to set up that meeting, I have a full secret project that we're working on as well that I can let you in on, and it might help with coming up with some neat little designs and stuff. All right. Sure. You can use base scene, add a script that holds and syncs all those values, then just make sure clients sync up the visuals. Do we think that's going to be easier though? That's kind of the question. And that's why I was thinking of it, is would that be easier than doing a resource? It's all relatively easy. Okay. So if it's about the same complexity level, I guess which one is more optimal? The resource holds the data you would use. Been thinking about it a lot while watching Connie work on Twitcher. Really want to try it out? Yeah, for sure. That sounds awesome. I'm excited to see what you come up with, for sure. That's going to be really cool. Really, really cool. Might as well make one for you. Indeed. Indeed. I appreciate the thought. So resource defines how the garbage base would turn out when it's applied. Yeah. Something to keep in mind is that these pieces of garbage, the way it works is it gets added into the holding of our empty bodies. So we basically take the garbage spawn, which will, not the garbage spawn, sorry, the garbage base. We add the child of the, like, whatever piece of trash it is. It gets added in, and then when the player picks it up, it deletes the area. It deletes all that. And now we just have a garbage base with trash. And then when you go to the bin, it will remove this from the player completely, get rid of it, and take in the value. So that's kind of why I'm thinking maybe in the pack scene is where we would have all of the stuff. Oh, I see how you're messing with things. Yeah. That's kind of why I'm thinking maybe we do want to leave it in the scene itself individually. Be very, very careful deleting things. Yeah. Yeah. Just to go through it visually. So right now they're all soda cans because I removed the resource. But basically, you pick it up. Oh, it's a heavy one. I forgot. I didn't set the stuff. But like, you bring it over, and then boom, it gets deleted. Leaving it will be easier, since you can just check the node and reparent it. That's kind of the thought process. Yeah, and then here's a fast one. So it's a smaller piece of trash. So we're no longer locked in our speed, and we can jump. And then boom, you throw it away. Then you run over, grab it, run. I just don't know how to sync that. Probably want feedback on how many players and how much such many trashes in their bases. Want a feedback on. Yeah, we have like a little leaderboard at the top that we're going to do, but yeah, not yet. As long as it's an object on the network, you should just manipulate the process node in the node. Okay. So it would be better than just to do it in the pack scenes, as annoying as it's going to be. I mean, realistically, we're probably going to have, what, 10 different types of trash? Or maybe 9 different types of trash, 3 for each. 3 pieces of compost, 3 pieces of trash, 3 pieces of recycling. Something like that. And we would do like, let's see here. I guess it would have to be, like a banana peel. It'd be like a other food. It'd be like that. And then this one would be napkin, towel, something. And then this one would be can, airplane, bottle, or whatever. I don't know the issue, really. Resource is the definition of the thing. Ooh, excuse me. Resource is the trash. Oh, duh, the trash. The garbage base is the node that you spawn in, and setup is to represent that trash definition. What else do you need? I guess the only other thing we need is the weight of the trash and which bin it goes into. Those are the big things. The weight and where it goes. Oh, and the points. The weight and the points. That is defined in the trash resource. Right. Right. Yeah, it is. So you pass it on the garbage base. Pass it on to the garbage base. Are you going with the idea of each team having their own bases that can be stolen? No. It's a party game. So you have we'll say up to 8 players. Right now we're only designing it for 4. But you have these players and it's a free-for-all. You're running around trying to grab all the trash, pull them, and whatever player has the most amount of points at the end wins. No teams. Sync those values. Oh. Wait, Munglo, are you saying we can do... but we can't do the resource there. Expose weight, sync it, done? Yeah. Okay. The only problem is we have garbage resource here. And we can't set the resource because this is a spawner. Or it gets made in the spawner, so we can't do the resource here. We would have to do it in the spawner when we're littering. Ignore resource. Use resource to set values. Yeah, so we would do like garbage, which is our resource, the random resource. And then we would do garbage base.model, garbage base.weight, garbage base.value as all exported variables that are synced. And then we're set. That would make sense. Did you make the alligator model on your own? No, I did not. That was made by Ironic. Ironic Moronic made that beautiful alligator model. But we do have we introduced an open... where is it? Boop, 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 boop. Here it is. We introduced a section now on our Discord where if you want to create your own models, all you got to do is we have a full style guide, still in the works, still being grown, but we have a style guide. So we're taking in submissions, basically. We have a style guide. We have of course, so then we can actually use the model. We have our creative asset submission agreement and all that. So if you're a 3D modeler or know a 3D modeler and you want proper credit and hopefully some compensation if the game does well, then check it out on Discord under the contributor tab. And yeah. So we have like character design, the overview of what's going on. Then we have like a models needed. And yeah, it's a lot of creative liberty because at the end of the day, we're building a team here. We're building a studio. So it's a big team, basically. And so if you have any ideas for models, go ahead, give it a go, submit it, and maybe it will make it in the game. All right, so let's do that. Let's do, instead of garbage base, garbage resource, we need to do this. We can do boom. Delete the test scene. We'll call this scene. And we can export them. Export var scene. Whew. As a packed scene. Let's do this. Oops. Export category. Name it customizations. What is that scene? The scene is Isabel. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes they can use to welcome people to the team. But basically, it's a that won't sync. That's true. We can't. I don't think we can sync that. We'd have to sync something else. But I'm just doing this for organization purposes. The scene is just the model. That's it. This game looks like a cool concept. I like multiplayer minigames. Indeed. But this isn't just a minigame. This is a full-blown... This is a small part to a larger game. Small part to a larger game. So a Mario Party-like game that revolves all around lifeguarding and beach activities. What else is on that resource? Let's open it. Close others. And then base resource. So, do we really need the garbage name? I don't think so. Type. Type as types. Ooh. Type as a string, I guess. That's gonna be a little tough. Export var weight, or actually is heavy as a bool, and then export var point value as an int. Yeah, that'd be fun. Indeed, that's the goal. A little silly, wacky kind of game. Not little, it's a big game. It's a pretty big game. All right, how do we do type? Because type is an enum that we are using. Do we have to make another enumerator? And slap that into the garbage base? I think we are gonna have to make another enum. Because what is the bin doing? The bin is saying var type as trash scenario dot types. And we can't point to that. Just sync a couple values now. Yeah. We can do that. Do the synchronizer. And we will sync the is heavy and the points. Is heavy and point value. And then what we can say in the spawner is, instead of this, we do garbage base. Remember the change? Oh, the change on the timers, the 0.1 and the on spawned or something like that. Point value equals garbage dot value, garbage base dot is heavy equals garbage dot is heavy. Only important on the spawn, and if it changes for some reason, yeah. Let's see. And we want just on change for all of them. Point value and type. Garbage spawn. Point value is heavy. Is heavy. Is heavy. Value. Value is heavy. Sweet. Okay. Save it. That should now assign the values properly. And in our garbage base here, we have no resource. We do have a scene, so we have to set the scene. So we do garbage base dot scene equals garbage dot scene, like so. Garbage dot scene. Play. Multiplayer host. Boom boom. Connect. Ready, start. Cannot call method instantiate on null value. Okay, but it worked over here. That's a good sign. Covino is one of the few I know who haven't started game dev because of 2020 lockdown. That's true. I didn't start because of that. During the 2020 lockdown, I was gaming. I was degenning. That was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Holy moly. Yep. I was yeah. Well, to be a good game dev, you gotta play games. Facts. Or just watch so many Danny videos. Rest in peace, Danny. Rest in peace. I'm DJing right now? Oh, man. Back when you would upload. Rest in peace. Danny was definitely, like, in terms of the YouTube content I want to make, Danny is definitely a huge inspiration. Danny and Brackies were the main inspirations? Yeah. And now we're making a game that is 100 times better than Carlson and what it will ever be. Yep. Yep. Where do I watch? Polymars. Polymars. Sounds familiar. Trying to fix my NVIDIA settings, and boy, what a difference. I didn't see this. I think we need to do var. Danny's still lurking around YouTube videos and commenting. It just doesn't care anymore about the games. It's still keeping up to date with indie upcomings. Oh, interesting. Huh, I didn't know that. I guess it just wasn't for him. Um. Scene dot instantiate. When Brackies was leaving a message to me, you are on your own when finding tutorials. I thought Danny like fell off all of social media completely. Like wouldn't comment or anything. Maybe just took a huge break from social media. Nope, that didn't work. All right, so scene is null. We're struggling to send over the pack scene. Danny or Danny? Danny with an I. I gotta switch my... Wait for it. This guy. Danny. Latest. 3 years ago. Rest in peace. The pack scene is what you would sync with path string or ID for a lookup. Oh, because we can't send the pack scene over. So instead we need to send a reference to it. Okay. So what would we send? We would send it as, let's go to the base. Or no, sorry, not the base, the spawn. And we say base scene equals scene get path. Oh, scene dot get path? Get path? I wonder if that would work. I don't think it will. Yeah, I've decomposed the whole custom objects to send over RPC, just to turn them back on the other side. Yeah, we did that with a dictionary before. It's called, the fancy term is serialization, I think. Right? Serialization? I think so. How we progressing? Van, we're progressing. We're getting there. Not really. Drats. I thought I was getting somewhere. Yeah, get path doesn't seem to be working. So how do we turn the scene into the path? Let's go to get path. Method. Get name, get parent, get path. Returns path. Oh, okay. Perfect. Resource path, if it is resource, if it wasn't created in runtime. So this is a resource, a pack scene on a resource. This is a packed scene on a resource. And so getting the path should just get the path of the scene, right? And then within the garbage base, we want scene as a string. And then we say, pack scene is a resource, if I recall correctly. Oh. Ooh. All right, we'll get to it. We'll get to it in a sec. We want to say load scene dot instantiate. Let's see what happens. Multiplayer host. Boom. Connect. Ready. Start. Ooh. Instantiate a base null instance of a null instance. Huh. Null instance of a null instance. So that means that didn't work. Did you ever play Crab Game? No, I didn't. Resource file not found. Yeah, it is. It is a resource. So we need to say get resource path. I only have a Steam Deck because of Crab Game. That's funny. It's one of the games Danny made and was actually pretty fun. That's what I heard. I did hear that. Sold all my cosmetics with my TF2 ones for a Steam Deck. Just had to pay like 300 extra. Holy. But that's pretty cool though. You use TF2 things to get money to do that. Non-existent function, get resource path unpack scene. Huh. Get file path? Godot, how to get packed scene path. Resource path property. It's a 650. Wait, the Steam Deck? There's no way it's that expensive. Oh, for the terabyte. If you want a terabyte OLED, $649. Holy. That's absurd. Huh. I don't have that money. We don't need a Steam Deck right now, though. That's absurd. How do games play on the Steam Deck? Alright, so we want pack scene. Preload, no. Can instantiate. How come Steamworks refuses to accept Steam Wallet as payment? Wait, do they really? That's wild. If you have money in your Steam Wallet, you would think. Dot resource path. Whew. You want profit, not money, to buy games. blah. Ready, start. Resource path not in pack scene. So, if that's not in the pack scene, what would be? Packed scene. Collision. Can instantiate pack. Can instantiate, get state, instantiate pack. There's literally nothing on it that does that. Huh. So it needs to be something else. So get path get path 2. That's a node though. I don't think that would work. Garbage dot scene. Hope that works. Get path 2 area 3D spawn object derived class pack scene is not a subclass of the expected argument. What is another way of doing this? Node path. Index. How do we get a path of a pack scene? Well, when in doubt, we go to our good buddy Grok. And we say, in Godot 4.4, how would one get the path, the file path to a packed scene? Think. Also, for competitive games, do you Steam Decks get put in with PC or console? That's a really good question. I would assume they. Actually, I don't even know what I would assume, because it's Linux. It's like a computer. But imagine if you go against them. Resource path isn't enough? No. Resource path didn't work. Typically loaded from a scene file. You can access its resource. Wait. It says .resource path. But when we tried that, it didn't work. .resource path. That's what it's saying. Garbage.scene.resource path. Can't rip a PC player with like 60 FPS tops. It's strange. In and of itself, it doesn't work. Nothing will work. Let me try it again. Maybe I accidentally wrote it wrong. No. Function instantiate on a null instance. Uh-huh. Scene is null. Okay. We have ads playing, so we're gonna chuck on the words, heading to level 3. Yippee. And then when we come back from the ads, we're going to figure out how to load from this path. Problem is that the value seen is null. Right. Which is weird because we're giving it a string. We shall figure it out. What do you mean? We're giving, we're setting, oh. No, wait, no. I don't know. I'll be right back real quick. I need more water. And then when we return, kicking butt, taking names. Let's do this. Littering on the beach. Boom. All right, be right back. Boop. Whew. I have returned. Wow, welcome back, Covino. We missed you so much. Wow. Don't worry, Covino. We failed all the words just for you. Aw, thanks. Boom, boom. Turn that off. All right. Fail again. Indeed, indeed. Everyone's lurking. Lurking. Hopefully lurking and working. Hopefully. Covino's lady voice needs some work. My lady voice is great. What do you mean? How'd you even know that was me? It could have been some random lady. It was perfect. It also wasn't meant to be a lady voice. It was just meant to be a different voice. Okay, so... yeah, dude, totally not the streamer. It definitely wasn't. Instantiate on base null instance. So scene is not getting set. To put a breakpoint, take a look at the time you're setting it in the host. If the value has a property set. Okay. And we want to put it the breakpoint after, right? Right after the line? Or put it on the line? I think it's after the line we put it. Hello, Covino. What are you working on? Hello, PyScrap. We are... We're currently trying to get multiplayer functionality going on. Any place you don't really care? Gotcha. Trying to get multiplayer going for this new mini game because you haven't been here for a while, PyScrap. Do you know what game we're working on currently, or what we're doing? All right. Let's see here. We have garbage, which is a resource with a scene. That worked. Type pack scene. Okay. Garbage scene resource path. Busy with exams and stuff, but finally over. I feel like that one image with the guy with chains broken and sunset in the background. I have no idea what that is, but sounds freeing. Look at the garbage base. If the value is properly set. It was not. Wait, resource path. No, that's the path to the base. I guess we have to go in the remote. No, it's not even added yet. We can't do that. Oh, gotcha. I don't even know where we would find it. Look in the garbage base if the value is properly set. Here's the garbage resource. Oh, garbage base, duh. Type, scene. Yeah, no, it was. Scene was properly set. Okay. That means what's happening is it is with our base right here. This is the issue. So we need to do... we load it. We'll say var load scene. And then var selected scene equals load scene dot instantiate. No. What if we do this? Do a setter. So when it gets set, value, when it gets set, we'll say scene equals value, and then we do load scene. That will work. And then we just add the child scene. Well, then I guess we would do it here. Add child scene true. No, it's still a string though. So we need to do var loaded equals load scene loaded true. Get rid of that. Potentially. Fortunately, studies are going to get harder from here. So the chains are back. Hey, that's all good. That's how it is. And then eventually, it's kind of, I mean, I don't want to say this to discourage you, but just so you know, and I'm sure you already know this, it's kind of, learning is kind of like lifting weights. The weight never actually gets lighter. Just your ability to do it becomes more doable. Object-derived argument pack scene is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Because scene is not, okay, I see. I see what to do. Close that. And then we need to do var loaded. Like that. And then we go here, delete that, grab this, cut that, on ready, do that, do this, loaded. Oh, did I not instantiate it ever? I didn't instantiate it. Loaded dot instantiate. Yeah, and we just add it in the setter. Host. Connect. Nuts. Add child and base object derived pack scene is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Because it's expecting it to be a string. That's why. So instead we need to do on our ready. So we need to do func ready again. And then we say loaded dot instantiate. And then add gizmo. Add child loaded true. Delete these two. Ba-ding, ba-doom. Ready? Start. Nuts. Add scene. Argument 1 is not subclass of expected argument class. Huh? There's the scene path. We have it. Add child in base object derived class of argument 1 pack scene is not a subclass of the expected argument class. Oh, I need to set it to a variable. Whew. Connect. Ready. Nuts. It almost worked. Can I move this, please? Okay, I can't. Nil. Instantiate is on nil. Okay, so this is a totally different game. No pie scrap. So what we're working on right now is still we're working on a Mario Party-like game. Mario Party-like game that revolves around lifeguarding and beach activities. And so we're on minigame number 2. Minigame number 2 right now. Instantiated is null. And yeah. Okay. Yo, bring that booty. How you doing? Welcome in. Boom, boom. Just popping in to say hello. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Whew. But yeah, Pie Scrap. We're working on a Mario Party-like game that revolves all around lifeguarding and beach activities. How's the game going? Well, bring that booty. The mobile game is done. It's out. It's garbage. It's really bad, but it's out. So we at least got something out there. So now we're working on our second game. Where can I play it? On the iOS App Store. All you got to do is type in Realm Rapture. Just like that. Let's go boom, boom. That. And then it just pops up. It's really bad though. And by really bad, I mean, the fourth realm, you kind of can't move in it. So we have to go back and fix that at some point. But the whole purpose of it, because it's completely free. So the whole purpose of it was really just to get something out there. Downloading it right now. Appreciate it. Fix it now. Aaron, I can't. Android, we're waiting on Android. We're waiting on Google Play Store still. That is, Google Play Store has been the biggest headache at, like, completely biggest headache. I had to verify my identity, like my personal identity 3 times. I had to verify the identity of my LLC, so the company, Freedom Forge Studios. Another, I don't even know how many times. Twice, I think. Twice. So, yeah, we're still waiting on all that. But I do want to eventually go back to Realm Rapture and, like, fix it a little bit. Maybe refactor it, make it look good. It's decent. It's like a good time killer type deal. But yeah, Google Play Store is the biggest headache. I can relate, but Apple charges a lot. True. So it's already on iOS. It is, Van. It is. It is. All right, so why can't we instantiate? Why can we not do this? Let's see here. Add child, instantiated. Oh, about that, man, but yeah, it's definitely interesting. I want to go back to the error. Go back to the error. Game title. Multiplayer host. Random name. Connect. And then random name. Ready. Start. Copy paste what you put in ready, put that in the setter. That's what we tried and it didn't work when we put it in the setter. It was very strange. Boom, boom, boom. Instantiate on base nil. The reason it didn't work in the setter is because the setter's only expecting a string. If you don't want to deal with Play Store and you don't want to use any of the Play Store services, just build an APK and upload it to itch or something. Yeah, PyScribe, that's what we were thinking, but I already paid the money for Play Store. And so you didn't have it instantiate at the time? I thought I did. We'll double check. Var instantiated. And then we can say instantiated equals loaded dot instantiate. And then cut that. Boom. Get rid of this. Boom. Save. Play. Yeah, we already paid the Google fee, and we're almost, it's like almost done, like almost accepted and stuff. But yeah, the big thing is we just need to clean it up, make the game decent, you know? Okay. It didn't, I guess it technically worked, but we don't see the things that we're seeing here. Whoa! Okay, because we're no longer using the resource. That's right. Fosrock, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Ooh, I should also change up that little intro where I should also mention our Discord. We are hiring. We are looking for contractors now for 3D models. Let's see. Polling is instance valid. Garbage. Garbage. Okay. Before we do this, let's go back and see why. I think I know why. In the garbage base, when we add the child, the problem is that part's working, but it's not showing. So we need to do probably a multiplayer spawner then, is my assumption. Multiplayer spawner? Potentially. Right? Maybe? But unless we synchronize the path. No, that wouldn't work. Back to host. Test. I almost just hit start. That would have been bad. Multiplayer. Connect. Test. Ready. Start. And then I want to check in the remote. Okay. They are in the same position. They just don't have the models. Yeah. Yeah. So in the remote, let's go to our network objects. Scene type is heavy and the point value. All this is not there. Loaded and instantiated is null. Interesting. I don't think a setter is the right place to put it then. Yeah, because the setter's probably going to be going off before. So we should have it in the ready then. That's weird that it wouldn't. Thought we did this in the ready. It didn't work. Let's try it in the ready. See what happens. So func ready. And then we'll say do all that. Boom. Boom. And then we'll do this. Boom. Let me say var loaded equals load scene. Var instantiated equals loaded dot instantiate. And then add child instantiated true. Play. But then I think we still need to use the multiplayer spawner though. I think. Not 100% sure here. Ready? Start? Instantiate on null instance. Okay. It only worked in the setter, but it didn't even fully work in the setter. Loaded null, instantiated null, scene is blank. That's why. So let's do, just for testing purposes, get tree.create timer, and we'll set it to like 0.5 dot timeout. See if we need to wait for it to sync through or to do its networking multiplayer things. I think that's probably what we need to do. Connect, test, ready, and start. Nope. Don't forget to await it. That's what I was thinking. Oh wait, did I not do await? Oh my lord. Thank you, Tin Bears. I was like, wait a sec. Boom. Boom. Host. It's easy to forget. Yeah. It's always the little things. Always those little annoying things. Tubas. Ready? Oh. Tesdf. Start. Nuts. Still. Why did it only work in the setter though? That's so strange. Why did you put it outside the setter? Because it wasn't doing... It wasn't actually adding them. Or wait a sec, maybe it was. That's weird though, that it only worked in the setter. I just think that's so weird. So do that. Do that. Delete that. Get rid of all that. And then it worked, but it halfway worked. It's like we saw the collisions for the trash, but never saw the trash. Maybe that's because I need the spawner. Yeah. So like it works, but we're not seeing the trash here, which means we need the spawner. It won't work in ready because until ready is finished, it won't start synchronization. That makes sense. Okay, so then we need to put a spawner in here. create, assign the path. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Because we're going to run into the exact same problem as before. Aren't we? Think so. Host, multiplayer, connect, test, asd. Because it doesn't know what it's looking for. So then if we add in both the trash scenes into here, it's going to be a little... That's not going to be optimal, though, doing it that way. So if we add in our scenarios, trash scenario, items, big trash, and we add in our soda can, save, play. Whew. Yeah, I definitely don't... I can confidently say, for your second ever game, I don't recommend multiplayer. I think I can confidently say that now. I think so. And that didn't work either. But it did give us some errors, maybe? Nope. Nope. Useless errors. That's what. What about in the remote? Ooh, wait a sec. I can confidently say, as a guy that has created multiple games, just don't do multiplayer if you're working alone. It's not worth it. Nah. That's not true. No. But then again, I guess I'm not technically working alone. Got all of you beautiful, smart individuals here. Some of the brightest minds on all of Twitch. Okay. The first time I was here, where people, you said, nah, it will be okay. Yeah. People were saying it would... Yeah. I could see that, AJ. People were saying don't do it. They said, Covino, don't do multiplayer. Don't do it. You're gonna regret it. But like, at the end of the day, that's like, I want to make multiplayer games. That's what I want. I think multiplayer games are more fun than single player games. Just personally, that's what I think. So it's like, I gotta learn it at some point in time, you know? That's not right, though. The spawner wouldn't work. Why not start with local co-op then? Because local co-op, like, let's be real. Who's gonna invite their friends over for local co-op to play a game? You know? I don't think anyone will. It's like, hey, you want to bring your entire desktop setup and bring it to my house so we can have a little LAN party? No one does that anymore. No one does that anymore. And then you have games that are like, you can have local co-op games where it's like on a Switch or something. That would be the only time. No one's going to bring their laptops and their computers. It's just, that's not... People don't do that anymore. Man, just local co-op like Mario Kart. Steam Remote Play is a thing. Yeah, Steam Remote is a thing. You know that's not what we mean? No, I don't. What would be local co-op then? Multiple controllers, one machine. Oh. Yeah, no. No, I don't think so. Because it's still gonna be. It would still be pretty much the same thing. I guess not really. I guess you're now spawning things just on one host. One machine, multiple players, yeah. And you're basically just splitting the screen 4 ways. I don't think a game like this would go well with local co-op. I don't think it would. Because even if you do Steam Remote Play, and like, yeah, you get your own screen, and it's just will show you this part, you're still spawning it, right? We would still have to use all these multi-spawners. You ever had an Xbox 360? Yeah. I had a 360. Let's see. No sync on local co-op since it's one game client. When you're doing split screen, you don't need multiple spawner, stuff like that. You don't need multi-spawners. One controller assignment in the camera. Yeah, I could see that. You're just rendering multiple cameras. I could see it. Yeah. I don't know. What is the... No, I think I still want like a... You can... No, I guess you could still... I see what y'all are saying now. About bringing players in. And so it's like one person has the game. And then you can invite people from Steam to join. No. That's not how it works. So how would you play local co-op with like a group of friends? The spawner's not gonna work. I have my game set up that way, but I'll try to add online co-op before 1.0. Play Minecraft on that 360? No. Invite them over Steam Remote Play together feature. Right, but like how... Isn't it... Don't they still have the same instance? You ever played Mario Kart? Yeah, of course. Anything split screen? Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I know it's like one big screen, and then it's split screen, and then it has like their camera and another player's camera. This would be like player 1, player 2. Whoop, player 2. Purple Hacks TTV. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes they can use to welcome people to the team. Boom. I do see that with the split screen, but I just don't know if that would work for this game, because we would still have to show things like an item shop for each individual player. We would have to show... You'd have to have your own inventory, like secret inventory, because you don't want your friends to see it. And so that can't be on one game. Or else, if like this camera is looking, it might be able to see this UI pop up. I would think. Camera. That's a camera, not a duck. Either way, I think we're just gonna stick with your standard multiplayer, because that's what I want to go for. That's the goal anyways. As much of a headache as it is. All right, let's see. All right, your pain. Indeed, Pie Scrap. Indeed. But it's all good. We like the pain. Add child. Instantiate. So how are we going to synchronize the added scenes to it? How goes the coding? It's going. It's going. It's a little rough being the second game ever that we're making, but hey, it's going. It's going slow and steady. We're just trying to figure out how to synchronize our scenes that we add in. And you would think it's with the spawner, but that won't work because the spawner's spawning that, and we need another spawner on it. Or maybe that is the play. Wait a sec. Spawner. Go to our spawn. Network objects, add child. Sounds like it requires a database. I don't think so. I don't think it needs a database. Ubuckanooby? Ubuckanooby. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now also have access to the beautiful and the immaculate team emotes that you can use to welcome people to the team. Whew. Game, network objects. No database required unless you're saving stuff. Right. Nice one. Thanks. Indeed. Garbage spawn. And then we litter. It adds the child of the garbage base. That garbage base synchronizes its position and its values. But it should also be synchronizing its pack scene. But we can't synchronize the string. We would have, because it's being spawned on. So you would think a spawner would work. But if we do a spawner, that needs to be called only on the host. Yeah, so why wouldn't that spawner work? Spawner, assign, garbage base, auto spawn list. We want to add our boop boop, boop boop, big trash. Add our boop boop, boop boop. Oh, that's the wrong one. Our soda can. Okay. All right, gotta go to sleep. Good luck with the multiplayer. Thank you, Pie Scrap. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. Also, one last thing. Spawner. Add child. So it's looking for if a child gets added. And then when it gets added, it should sync that. Maybe we need to say if multiplayer.isServer and then tab them. Host. Join. Client. Start. The server is on a null value. Google Play has a new section on its app page called About the Developer, where it lists your full legal name and address. Yes, that's true, and I hate it. Luckily, it does not. If you have a company, it doesn't list your personal address unless your company is linked to your home address, which I would never recommend. So I'm not worried about that. Ugh. Yeah, very dumb choice of Google, but that's actually thanks to the beauty of Europe. That's thanks to Europe and Europe's transparency laws with game development and business, where you have to list your home address. But luckily for me, I am not Freedom Forge Studios. Freedom Forge Studios is its own separate entity. So, yeah, and it ends up listing our virtual address. Fake address. Not fake, but not my home address. Yeah. Well, I don't live in Europe, so the Europeans can't get me. Unless you're putting a game on Europe. If you're releasing your game to Europe, then you have to adhere to their laws. Not a lawyer or anything. This is just what I've been experiencing. You also get to go through their rating system, which is fun. Yeah, it's they make it harder, that's for sure. But it's all good. We got rated in Europe. I think Europe rated us for 12 plus for Realm Rapture, 13 plus, something like that. That wasn't bad. But yeah, annoying. Add child, instantiate, true. Multiplayer spawner. How do we do this? Because we're adding it to the spawner. True. Wait, did I not do true? No, I did. Huh. Too much transparency can lead to privacy issues. Have we learned nothing from clothes? Clothes? GDPR is tough but essential. I have a couple of pen test clients in the EU. It definitely makes things interesting. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Oh, man, oh man. It's an interesting thing, but you also have to provide a phone number with Google, which is even more fun. Because now you're releasing your phone number to everyone unless you want to buy another phone plan. Or if you're smart, I guess just use Google Voice. But if you're using Google Voice, you can't use that number as your Google account number. Because they'll be like, oh, this is a Google Voice number. We don't accept our own numbers. And you're like, oh, drats. And so you have to give it you still have to give it your number. And then you publicly show the Google Voice number, which is still linked to your number. It's quite annoying. Very, very annoying. Ew, I hate that. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Me too. So basically if you don't own an LLC and you are putting your app on the App Store, you're going to be publicly facing your home address, your full name, and your number. The hacker in me says, don't do that. Yup. Don't recommend it. I remember I was learning, before I got kicked out, I was learning cybersecurity in university. And that was an interesting time. I was like, we were learning about Wireshark in particular. And I genuinely got scarred from Wireshark. Because my professor said, hey, whatever you do, don't run Wireshark in an airport. And I was like, why? That would be interesting to see like who's connecting and stuff. Test it out. I don't recommend doing that. Ever. That scarred me. And so I was like, never again. No, no, no. Garbage scene, resource path. Good night, bye, scrap. Maybe we do sync the path, and then we have the player. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Have the player. Game instance network objects. Add child. Did I receive a Mojang cape? I don't know. Did you, North Pole? From what? Am I watching the I don't know. Are you watching the Minecraft category? Are you watching Beegs right now? Is Beegs live still? Maybe. I'm not seeing Beegs being live. I don't know, North Pole. Sounds like you're watching some Minecraft over there. No, I'm watching you. Oh, that sounded creepy. I don't know. I don't think we have like drops enabled, but it only if you're only if like we're playing Minecraft or in the Minecraft category. We're in the software game dev category. Maybe it's like an all-around thing. If you watch Twitch, no matter what, then you just get a Minecraft cape. Maybe. Would atomic variables help solve your problem? What is an atomic variable? I have no idea. I also once received a Minecraft mask without ever watching the Minecraft variable. Interesting category. We were saying variable so much. Confused her. Huh. Yeah, maybe Minecraft has like a thing with Twitch. That would make sense. I typed what I heard. Covino is really, really cool. And awesome. Pro game dev, really. Must be a delay. Must be a delay. I guess so. Add child instantiated. I want to see back in the remote. That's gonna give me my answer again. Multiplayer host. Host. Multiplayer join. Join. Client. Ready. Start. Okay. We got all the things. We got them all. And then we don't got them here. But do they work? Oh, they kind of do. And then they break when we start doing that because of the resource thing here. That makes sense. Atomic variables are a powerful tool for managing concurrent access to shared variables. Interesting. So it's like an auto load or like a static variable or a singleton in a way. Because just so you're aware, I am a complete noob when it comes to game dev. I started 9 months ago. 9 months ago. And so this is our second ever game. Second game. And it is adding it. Right? Wait, was it? Multiplayer host. Join. Ready. Start. Remote? Ah. It's not there. Scene and type are null. Scene is null. Is heavy. Okay, so it has its point values and stuff. Huh. I'd recommend you find some tutorials about atomic variables. You'll thank me later. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Atomic variables in Godot? I don't think they have them in Godot. Sure, operations are performed as a single indivisible unit, guaranteeing thread safety, avoiding race conditions, and concurrent programming. Type of variable allows for atomic operations, meaning operations like reading, writing, or incrementing. My mistake, I thought you were using Java. No. This is a GD script in Godot. Because new to programming, so figured go with like the easiest language to learn. And I think it's pretty much hands down GD script. It's very Pythonic. Is true. Let's see. Garbage base. Huh. Oh, wait, but it has... It has the loaded. It just didn't add it, and it has instantiated. It's just not adding the child. Huh. Even though we have add child. It has loaded and instantiated. Oh, wait, this might be on, this is on the host, that's why. There we go. Yeah, now it doesn't. It's just saying it's all null. We don't get any errors for it being null. That's because it's doing it on the host. It's setting it on the host, which means the host needs to have a spawner looking for that, which it does. Huh. Because we don't need to synchronize the... Maybe we do. Maybe we do want to synchronize the string. Garbage base. The scene. Host. And we got ads coming up soon. So we'll see if this works. Ooh, what are you? Your set labels. This breaks every now and then. Every now and then. It's because I think we're doing something weird. It works. That's why. We just need to sync the string. Sweet! We did it. We are now littering the beach with garbage. Trash all over the place. When we return, we're gonna sync the movement, I think. I think. Whew. All right, turning the words on, heading to level 1. Lots of fun. Man, oh man, we did it. Sinking the trash. Change, ooh, not that. Goal. Sinking garbage. Boom. What up, Hypnotic? How you doing? Okay. Beautiful. I'll be right back real quick. 2 minutes left on the ads. And then when I return, we will do this. I woke up, so everything's going well. That's good. That's good. I was gonna do let's drats. All right, I'll be right back. Boop. Whew, I have returned. Hypnotic carrying the words. Let's turn off this autopilot. Boom, 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 boom. Wait a sec. Where's my webcam? Chatter. Chad Dudder. Chad Dudier. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes they can use to welcome people to the team. I have the best words. Debatable, but yes, sure. Whew. Man, oh man. All right, so where we left off, we got, maybe we should do syncing the leaderboards. Welcome back from ads, everyone. So we got the trash. Ooh, that's right. We need to fix picking up trash. That's right. Okay. Garbage dot is heavy. That's it. Not dot. And then that would fix it. Hi, I'm starting using Godot using Rust as a script language. I'm a Rust developer. Oh, interesting. Rust developer. So I am pretty much like very new to programming and game dev in general. Started 9 months ago in just using Godot and GDScript. And I keep hearing about Rust a ton. I hear like it's like C++, but more secure. What, like, could you explain to me what Rust is and like what the appeal of it is? Because I really have no clue about any of these languages. I know the next language I want to learn, ideally, would be something like C++, because I know a lot of game engines are built in C++. But every time I look up C++, I'm hearing about Rust all the time. Boom, 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 boom. Oh. Uh-oh. I broke it. Pick it up. Uh-oh. I broke it. That's not good. How did I break it? It crashed. Oh. I wonder if it's the synchronizer on change, and then we need to update the position always, rotation always, and we need to remove these. That's probably it. Because it was moving it, and it wasn't updating. I think that's why. Because we were updating it faster than the synchronizer could catch up. Test. Go. Connect. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, they're so far away. What the heck? All right, run over. Let's just grab this one. Oh, there it is. Look at it. Oh, and then it broke. But it worked. And now we're just... Okay. It worked. Kinda. Do we need this spawner in here? Oh, we have 800 errors. Oh, wait a sec. Let's read these. Parent node busy setting up child. Add child failed. Consider adding add child call deferred. And this is when we crashed. Because add child was failing. Was the scene constantly updating? In the synchronizer? On change? Huh. Weird. And after that, we crashed, and so of course it's going to spit out all these errors. But what caused the crash was the child. Call deferred. Call deferred? Rust has the same performance as C, but it's safe. Safe in the sense that you can put and take things from memory without following some rules, borrow checker rules. For example, C++ and C, you can put data in memory region that already has data. Most of the 80% of bugs in the world are related with tiny things about memory management. Data that is not removed after use, or functions that pretend to access data mysteriously vanishes. For that reason, Rust spawned. Oh, no more problems. With the same performance. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Huh. Interesting. Now, do you see? I guess what is the play for like Rust? I assume Rust, like the purpose then is to take over C++. Like, how would that work? Just convince developers to remake their C++ infrastructure using Rust? Or is it just all new things start using Rust? Well, bad coder can still have those problems. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Ugh. I know what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to be trying to get good at programming. Okay. Okay. There we go. And then it breaks. So when we remove the child, this is when it breaks. Yep, and then the host TCs, now this guy's gonna explode. Hmm. Yep. Yep. Okay. Garbage base. So what do you do for a living aside from streaming? This is all I do. I'm building Freedom Forge Studios, a game development studio with the mission of creating inspiring and rewarding games for everyone. Everyone going into things like accessibility. So I'd like to make games that are accessible for those who are colorblind, who are physically impaired, all that kind of stuff. So really, that's it. Like, I'm only doing this and just doing this a lot. Squats for yapping? Ruben, that's not yapping. I was asked a question. What do you mean yapping? Someone asks a good question and you say squats for yapping. What? No. 15 push-ups, and that's just because hypnotic is a word. Push-ups for arguing? I was right, though. Full-time company founder. That works 24/7 on the company. Exactly. Let's go. I'll do the push-ups as well. Appreciate it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It has begun. Feel sorry for me. I have started scoping out a tower defense game. Congrats, you've inspired me. PK, what do you mean feel sorry for you? I feel excited for you. That's awesome. That's awesome. Wait. Fix that a little bit. Whew. Whoa. All right. Here we go. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Whew. Although, I think I'll skip the live stream development. Don't like the idea of doing squats whenever I do a typo. PK, that's very true. Very fair. You answer one question, you get hit with 15 squats, 15 push-ups for just responding. Thus is the life. Any .NET devs here? Physical exercise is like a shower for the brain. Clear the mane a lot. You know, it's actually a pretty good analogy. Yeah, I would say that. I do think physical exercise definitely helps with game development or just programming. Really anything that takes a lot of brain power. Which is weird, because you wouldn't think. You'd be like, why do my chest muscles, what do they have to do with my brain? But yeah, no, it definitely helps a ton. Whew. You mayhaps know what the most recent .NET version is. Wait, North Pole, you can just Google that. Most recent .NET version. 9. Released in November of 2024. Dude, you just Google that. So I have a game that needs .NET 3.5, which is apparently not on my device. Yeah, it's an old game. Sounds old. Very old. Whew. Let's see. .NET 10 is not far out though. Interesting. I want North Pole to play like a big game. Like a big game, not an indie game. Because North Pole's always talking about all these indie games, but I don't think she's played any like big games, you know? Whew. Like a it's in preview currently. Be an LTS version. What big game would you recommend? That's a great question. I don't know. Cause it depends on like what you're going, like what you want. So if you're looking for an MMO, it's a big game from 2011. I'm in a more recent one. You have a category or genre? I think it depends. I think it all depends. If you're looking for like an MMO experience, then I mean, World of Warcraft is the best MMO, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend that one. Maybe not. That's too big of a game. It's a puzzle game from 2011. Gotcha. If you're looking for like a shooter type thing, or like a hero shooter, Marvel Rivals is really good. Overwatch is decent. Valorant, if you want more precision. If you're looking for more of like a fun, like almost party game, but still shooter, I would say something like Fortnite or Project Kaizen. If you want a card game, then I would say something like Hearthstone maybe, or Magic. Those are all bigger games. If you want survival, you got things like Ark Survival Evolved. You got Minecraft. You got Power World. Legends of Runeterra. Oh yeah, Legends of Runeterra. Or what's the other one? Not Legends of Runeterra. It's what's a Teamfight Tactics? That one's also pretty good. I have played WoW. Wait, North Pole, you've played WoW and you haven't told me? What the heck? Like, I played a lot of games like Assassin's Creed. I do remember you saying that. Big fan of Assassin's Creed. Fallout 4, played that quite a bit. I was gonna suggest Power World actually. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Like, it's actually pretty good. A lot of entertaining moments for sure. Speaking of Minecraft, I'm making my Minecraft mod. Ooh, nice, Ruben. WoW is insane. No point to play when these days, basically the same game in a different setting. Play them these days. Interesting. What do you mean WoW is insane? What's insane about it? When did you play WoW, North Pole? This is all new information. I feel like this is information that like you should have put on like your mod application. I should have put a section there for what games do you play. That would have been a smart choice. Let's see. Something I think is that our generation, when we reach retirement age, we will play video games until we die, especially MMORPGs, whereas you can like run fast. Oh yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. We feel like we don't even know you anymore. Exactly, Ryan. Exactly. Used to be the bomb with Black Flag and Unity, but games after that, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, phenomenal. Although the one I played the most, by far, hands down, was Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. That one I played the most. I think I had like a 90% on it or something, which is like every side quest, little thing, all the challenges. I went hard in it. My dad used to be one of the top WoW players in Belgium. Wait, what? That's why I kind of played it. What? I'm learning so much right now. You haven't led with this? Like, how long have you been here? Doesn't play it anymore? That's fair. Like, at least 6-7 months? And you haven't mentioned this at all? We've talked about WoW so much. Not a single mention Like, oh yeah, my dad used to play WoW. It was the top player in Belgium. Or one of. Man. Man, oh man. Multiplayer host. Multiplayer boom. Ready? Start. Okay. I know this was crucial information. I mean, it's not crucial, but like, it's nice to know. Crucialist. It's the crucialist information, actually. Okay. Okay. And then right here, when it adds the child, that's when it breaks. Okay. This. That's why. That's why. When did you play North Pole? And what did you play? Map size is getting ridiculous these days. Been watching a dev diary of a 4D Minecraft type game where the guy did size comparison of a bunch of different games, all different seeds of Minecraft, and level sizes in meters squared, or 2 meters squared, I assume, was the size most of the galaxy. 4D game, all possible seeds exceeded the size of our universe. Like a single level was 15 light years across. You could not walk/run across a single level in real time. That's wild. That's wild and almost unnecessary, I feel like. But that kind of brings up a question of, with the advancements of AI and all this and gaming, who's to say we're not all living a game right now? Because if we can develop it, how do we know someone else hasn't developed it already? And we are just bots that are inside another game. Because we already have stats. So everything's going out. We already have stats. We have professions. Just saying. We have spawn points. Will be giving birth to do not count as spawn points. I mean, you could put a marker 3D on a character body, and you can spawn another character body from that marker at that marker's global position. Does that not make it a spawn point? Just thinking about game dev, folks. Our mothers are our spawn points. Is your mind blown yet? What is that? Okay. Close you. Does this mean on the empty body? What does that make our fathers? The functions. The spawn functions, right? Or maybe the spawn argument? The spawn function argument? No, wait. But the mother is still the... Wait. Parameter modifiers. We're not just a clone of the mother instance. Correct. But we add it. And then we have to say... What do you mean outputs a void? You know exactly what I mean. I wrote that on purpose. Father... Wait, var child equals father plus mother. And then we say... Wait, no. No, I typed that wrong. Oh, I can't change it. Covino accidentally outwriting Ernest Hemingway. I think we need to have a spawner. The function sends a signal to the multiplayer spawner, and that multiplayer spawner will spawn us on the host. Anyone hit itch? What do you mean by hit it? Like punch it? Yeah. This is where I need to upgrade this a little bit. Just a little bit. Nine-month lobby waiting time. Well, time is made up, so really, 9 months could just be the time, the synchronization time between the function and the spawner, or approximately a couple frames. Maybe. We need trash. Items, big trash, open, add. Little trash, open. Wonder if this is gonna do anything. Oh no, is Funko up to their shenanigans again? Funko? Like Funko Pops? I never got the allure of Funko Pops. Like, I know a lot of people that collect Funko Pops, but like, I don't get it. They're just action figures that are funky, you know? Like, I once saw in a Walmart, Funko Pops took down all of Itch because of a Funko Pop fan game. Wait, really? That's a real thing? I mean, Itch is working currently. Because Funko used automated copyright defender. Interesting. Yeah, no, it's working. That's wild. I had no clue about that. Funko Pop takes down Itch. They issued a statement too. This was back. Oh, this was just recently too. Wait, this is not a joke. Funko just called my mom. Wait, what? At Funko, we hold deep respect and appreciation for indie games, indie gamers, and indie game developers. We're fans of fans, and we love the creativity and passion that define the indie game community. Recently, one of our brand protection partners identified a page on Itch imitating the Funko Fusion development website. A takedown request was issued to address the specific page. Funko did not request the takedown of itch.io platform, and we're happy the site is back up this morning. We've reached out to Itch to engage with them on the issue, and we deeply appreciate the understanding of the gaming community as the details are determined. Thank you for sharing in our passion for creativity. Do you also get this reference? For context, he wrote the shortest, saddest story that goes, baby shoes for sale? Never worn. Wait, who wrote this? Did you get this reference? I don't think I did. I just get base itch. It sounds familiar. Like I've heard that sentence before. I don't remember where it's from. That's interesting though. I didn't know that happened. Oh, Hemingway did that. That's where I've heard it then. Interesting. Funko Pops. All right, let's grab a piece of trash. And we can see it lifting. And it crashes the game. I wonder if it's because garbage base. That. And then on top of that, ooh, this is probably where we need to do the player's positioning. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. What's true on the child do? It's the name. Look at that. It rises and then it breaks. It basically just keeps the name so that it can be found easier. Invalid data. Get parent. Wait, we don't need to get parent. This is already on the thing. That's old. Get rid of it. What's the crash error? It was the get parent. But I still don't get the allure about Funko Pops. I was at a Walmart once and I watched these two ladies fight over a Funko Pop. They like both had their hands on the box, yelling at each other to give it to them. I was here first. No, no, no. And then finally one of them just yanked it and literally ran like she was playing football. It was absurd. Absolutely absurd. I was like, it's just a doll. What's going on here? Oh. 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 It doesn't. It did it, but it doesn't update its position with us. Because I need to sync the position. Well, it should be syncing position, actually. Interesting. What about if I do... Wait, am I still holding it? Let's see. That's because resource doesn't exist anymore. And that's the other thing. Figure out the typing. To do source no longer need to use var. Funko Pops. It is a fun thing to say. Body. All right. we are adding the spawner, and it spawns it on. But then it's not syncing the position, even though in the base we are syncing the position. Errors. Ah. We need to remove the child from game dot instance dot network objects dot remove child. Boom. So now we're removing the child from the network objects and adding it into the player. Host. Budding. Connect. Test. Ready. Start. Crashes. Trash was too heavy. Parent did not have the node name. Remove child. Self. But really, we shouldn't be removing ourselves. I wonder if we do a function on the character. So what we would do is queue free it. So we delete this object, and then we have the player create the object. Like the host create the object on the player. But the downside to that is I wanted to use just the same object. So all it is just a matter of moving it instead of having to remake a brand new one and use up more resources. Character holding add child self true. That's a little rough. Self true. Global position. What's wrong? What's wrong is that when we pick up the piece of trash, we are updating the position, but when we get to the point where we need to remove the object, it crashes the game. So we're trying to get it so when you pull the piece of trash out of the ground, it's now on your head. And then syncing that across the network. But it just crashes. So our pieces of trash, they spawn in. Only remove it on the host. Could try that. So this works. You can see it moving up. And this is on the client. Then it disappears. Perfect. And then boom. Spawner fixes the rest. So only remove it on the host. So I'm removing it from the network objects, but how do I call to remove it on the host? If it's a client doing this. On clients, the only thing that it needs is the same, is to look the same and have position rotation synced, right? So is it just a matter of if server dot is, or actually if multiplayer is server, and then we do the boom, 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 boom. I guess I would put this actually above even more. Wouldn't I? Do it here. I don't know if that would call on the server though. What's up, CSLR? Welcome in. Oh, the logic of detecting and running and pickup could be host side. Okay. So here we are. Either way, it should only be on one game instance, and the host is the one removing the object. That makes sense. Think about joining Down to Jam, but I have no idea what to do with the theme. Ooh, CSLR, you definitely should. It's the train. It's a train theme, right? No, it still did it. Still broke. Is the theme just train? Is that all it is? Like just the word train? It's literally just train. Okay, CSLR. Here's the plan. Ready? Main character. Train. All right? But not just any train. It's like Thomas the Train Engine. He's a train. And then you are Tank Engine. Sorry, ironic. Thank you. Thomas the Tank Engine. And then CSLR. This is where the beauty comes in. It's not just Thomas the Tank Engine. It's Thomas the Tanked Engine. So you take the railroad carts and you make him, that's the wheels, you make him jacked, right? That's the six-pack. You get it. You make him jacked. And then what you do is you have lines going this way, like chains. We'll do chains. And he's lifting trains. And so you tap to lift each side. So it would be like you press A, he lifts the left side, D, he lifts the right side, and it's like a cookie clicker type game. And you're just lifting trains, getting stronger and stronger. And then you can kind of go from there. I'm not trusting you with the game idea ever again. Tell me this isn't the perfect the perfect game idea for the theme of train. It's literally taking two different types of trains and putting them together. You're training in terms of physical training, and you're a train. If someone else isn't doing this, I don't know what anyone's thinking. Like, this is perfect. You have 2 days, Covino. Make that your submission. CSR, I can't join the game jam. I'm too busy. Too busy. Cookie Clicker app building for Thomas the Tank Engine is the wildest thing ever. Yeah, but remember, it's a game jam. Game jams are meant for wild things. They're meant to be like silly, dumb games, so, in a sense. Like, that's what it's designed for. And then what you could do for the end game, just to have a full, complete game loop, is you're building the muscles on the train engine, and you just have a timer. And whoever builds the muscles the fastest wins. Like, there, you have like almost like a leaderboard that you could do. Or not even a leaderboard, you just have a time. No leaderboard needed. You just have a time. Tell me this isn't a good idea. Excuses? That's not an excuse. No. We need to get these mini games done. That's our priority. Having fun with game jams? Nah. All your ideas are just somebody exercising. It's not a good idea. I just don't think you all are seeing the artistic vision in these ideas. It's not a good idea. You told me to tell you. Not all my ideas. We can do something else besides exercising. That's not all my ideas. Fisher Fry had nothing to do with exercising. 10 out of 10 idea. It's just the word train. Dude, what if the game was you on the beach and you have big abs and girls like you? That's a good idea. That's an awful idea, ironic. Terrible idea. No. That's not how my ideas go. All right. Good idea, Tin. Are you saying good idea to ironic or to me, Tin? All right. CSLR, real idea. It has to be a game. There's a timer. You have to press a button. Ironic has the better idea. All right, here's an actual idea. An actual good idea that has nothing to do with being physical, because apparently certain people don't want, who doesn't like big girls? Anyways, idea. So we're sticking with the idea. You are Thomas the Tank Engine, right? There's your spout, right? And then he goes like this, and then he has the eyes and the smile, all that. You're Thomas the Tank Engine, okay? And you are, again with Thomas the Tank Engine? Yeah. But actually, new plan. You're still Thomas the Tank Engine, okay? You're still Thomas. Oh. You're Thomas the Tank Engine, right? And you are training for the big race. It's an infinite runner, but you're a train and you're training. And so to increase your training, you add more carts to your back. So like hitting different checkpoints. If you make it 1,000 meters, you get another like cart added to your back. You make it to 10,000 meters, you get another cart, and then you just until finally you crash and burn. Good idea? Or great idea? It's a great idea. Because you're training, and you're a train. Slightly better with the last one. I mean, come on. Okay, other idea. It's all right. This is probably more y'all's speed, because it sounds like we have some haters of creativity in here. So you are a train. You are a train. That's your character. And you just need to go pick up a bunch of train carts. And so it's literally Snake. You just go and you add more train carts and you try to get the longest train possible. There. You happy? A basic, lame idea. Not as cool as Thomas the Tank Engine. No wonder why Realm Rapture sucked. I'll have you know, CSLR, I had a lot of people say, wow, Covino, this is a really fun game. We have five-star rating on the Apple App Store. Shout out Vongo. So Snake Clone is the best you came up with? No, it's not the best I came up with. This is the worst I came up with because we have some haters of creativity in here. Some creativity haters. Slither, but with trains. Yes. I mean, I just rattled off 3 amazing ideas. So far, your worst one is your best one. Okay. Okay. They're all bangers. Thank you. Someone who understands creativity. CSLR, you got some work. You got some work to do. We gotta get your creative juices flowing. Wild. Okay, other idea. This one's a little different. This one's more of for the mature audience. For the mature audience. You are Thomas the Tank Engine. Obviously, you're gonna have to call yourself like Frank the Frigate Train or something. Creative juices? You mean ChatGPT? No. Noticing a common theme. I mean, the theme is trains, so I would hope you're noticing a common theme. I'd hope so. So you're Frank the Freight Engine. Nah, you're Thomas the Tank Engine, okay? And your goal is to make it to all the different refueling stations because you're trying to get tanked. And you call the game Tommy the Tanked Engine. And then on top of that, there's zombie hordes. And the zombie hordes are trying to prevent you from getting to the refuel stations. And so every time you go to a refuel station, you get points that you can use to buy parts of a tank to add to fend off the zombies. How do you fight zombies? You are a train. I just said it. You add parts of a tank, like a giant gun. Tommy the Tanked Engine. Exactly. You could add some barbed wire. Thomas's wheels have blades. Yeah, exactly. And then that allows you to run over zombies. And the zombies can still attack you because it's from the side. Okay, but what if you don't have the tank? What do you mean? Thomas has a flamethrower. Right here, flamethrower. No, you don't want to hit the refueling station. You hit the zombie. I have an idea. Pablo Escobar, hippo rampage through the Amazon forest, escaping elimination by Champy, listen. The theme is trains. Yeah, upgradable stuff. Exactly. CSLR, this is actually a good idea. And you could do it as 2D or 3D. It'd be better in 3D. Oh, I just logged in? Oh, this is for the D2 Jam. And we're talking about an idea for CSLR. Because I'm going to pass. I mean, hey, I just gave you... I think we gave you like 5 super solid ideas that will win the jam. Like, those are jam winning games. Probably not going to join it anyway. Even if you have, you're basically guaranteed success. Guaranteed success. Guaranteed. You try out one of those, boom. You gonna do it then? No, I gotta work on this game, unfortunately. My last game jam was made in like an hour and kind of sucked. Because you made it in an hour. But if you start now, you could take it, you could take home the dub. Easy dub. This is what we're talking about, by the way, folks. D2 jam. Boom. I mean, you got 2 days and 1 hour. CSLR, you could win this jam. Like, look at this. A train of frogs. Where are the other ones? A train track. A train. I see a lack of Thomas the Train Engine. You could win. You could win it. Take home the victory. Speaking of victory, we need to figure out how to get these things to spawn properly. I have to go back to what Munglo was saying because I was engulfed in thinking about trains now. On clients, the only thing you need is to look the same position rotation. All the logic detecting, running, and pickup can be host side. Either way, it should only be on one game instance, and the host is the one removing the object. Gotcha. Huh. I think we have lots of instances. So what we need to say here on the ready is if it's server, make a game where a train has legs and it's trying to be a track star. You can call it training. There we go. Another phenomenal idea. The only reason I didn't say that one is because someone didn't like physical activities included. I have an infinite runner. I kind of want to revisit though. Well, you could revisit it just with a train. And then later on, you just remove the model, change the model up. Boom. Boom. Whew. Under Siege 2. I don't know what that is. What is Under Siege? Play viewers game. Gonna make you suffer with this for a couple minutes. Oh, Infini Jump. Infini Jump. Paste. Follow. Here we go. Play viewers game. Under Siege 2 Dark Territory. Steven Seagal movie. Gotcha. Infinite platformer. Controls AD. Shift is sprint. Space is jump. Takes place on a hijacked train. Oh, gotcha. CSLR, I think your game's broken. Good job, Itch. Make a game where you have to build a train with an airplane parts. Call it untrainable. There you go. Infinite platformer. Works fine for me. What browser are you using? Maybe I gotta do a different browser. Firefox. I'll try Google Chrome. Yeah. We got ads coming up in 5 seconds, though. Ooh, it does work. Okay. Ads coming up in 5 seconds. We're going to turn on the words. And then when we return, we'll try out CSLR's Infinite Jumper game. And then we're going to be back to spawning trash on the beach, folks. Spawning trash on the beach. Yeah. All right. I will be right back. Boop. I have returned. Sweet. All right. Whew. Making game where a train has to do physical workouts. No train, no gain. Gamer, did you miss what we were talking about? That was my first suggestion, and everybody apparently hated it. Oh, why are you doing workout games? That's so bad. Ooh. Ah. Oh, you've double jump. I was getting coffee. Gotcha. No. Hard mode is a fun one. You just keep going. Oh, I see. Easy. Oops. Are these? Easy, easy. Easy. World record. Oh. What's the world record, CSLR? Howdy, Oxynom. How you doing? Oh, I messed up. Is it 1176? Like 12K? Stop. 12 on hard mode? $12K on hard mode. Yeah. Did they hack? Did they cheat? Wait. Personal best is 8K. Holy moly. Wait. Cooking. Okay. Last one. And then we get back to work. I have been, like, fiending to play video games for, like, the past 2 weeks. No, more like a week. More like the past week. I've been, like, fiending, because we played Repo once. Last week, right? Fiending. But, like, I wanted to play last night, but we were just too busy. No time. Just Covino getting back to work. Indeed. Indeed, always. I was thinking about getting Lethal Company, but everyone seems to be enjoying Repo a lot more. Yeah, Repo's been a ton of fun. Repo's been a ton of fun. It's pretty decent for streaming. Focus on work. You're right. We just have play viewers game. I'm just trying one more. This is the last one. I'll get back to focus. Okay. That's pretty good, CSLR. It's not bad. Not bad. I was thinking about getting... Oh, I read that. Lethal Company. Yeah, I feel like it's a lot of those type of games, like Lethal Company, Repo. I feel like they're fad games. They're fad games. So they're just going to go away after a while, after a short while. But when they're here, they're here. That's what it seems like. So they come out like once every now and then, you know? And to have a group to play with, exactly. Depends on if they keep adding stuff. Yeah, but then, even then, we had some fad viewers. Savage. Monkado 4.6, they added a VR emulator. 4.6 isn't real. Nuts. Stop, it is. No, not quite, Oxy. Not quite. But even if they do keep adding stuff, it's still going to be a fad. Because you look at Lethal Company. Like, there are people playing Lethal Company. It's just there's definitely not as many. Lethal Company. Yeah. Lethal Company's at 1K now. 1K viewers. And then we do something like Repo. That's not how you spell Repo. Look at Repo. 1K. 76K. Like, fad. Yeah, it's not gonna be as big once things get out. Yeah, but I'm saying like they like crash. They crash hard. Because Lethal Company was around, if I'm not mistaken, it was around the same spot as Repo. So like around the 100K mark. They dropped all the way down to 1K. I mean, yeah, it's just the nature of these kind of games though. And the same thing is gonna go with this game. With this game, it's gonna it's gonna spike up and then just kind of go, and then they'll have like a little bit maybe. And then even if we do keep doing like patches and stuff, it's really only gonna jump back up if another streamer picks it up, like a really big streamer. Yeah, Repo was at 241k and Lethal's at 13. Yeah. Put that in perspective. That game, how much was Repo? Repo was like $10. So they ended up making at minimum. I mean, this is just at this current moment. There's $2 million worth of players playing. Very interesting. Oh, it's estimating 4 million players by player track, by gamer or Gamealytic, and VG Insight is only saying 2. Even if it is at 2.8 times 10, yeah, they made like $35 million. That's kind of wild if you think about it. It's like $10, right? Yeah. It's about $10. Wild. So that means Freedom Forge Studios, when we release this game, when we release our Lifeguard game, it's going to make at least $50 million. So if you are a 3D modeler, be sure to submit your work through using our style guide, through our creative asset submission agreement, so in that way we can give you a percentage of the profits or a base pay, whatever you want, to be determined later. But we can at least give you something back. Out of 50 million, if you make some models, I mean, chances are be making bank. When can I be a billionaire from FFS? When our games start taking off. For sure. When our games start taking off. So that's kind of part of the whole idea. Is we can be making amazing games. We can get people paid. And all that. Oxynom needs some send me some needed assets. Check out the style guide. And you'll see a couple ones. We still need to update it more. But playable characters is a big one. I need to add in trash and all that. But currently, I am working on setting up the I haven't said it too much because I'm still trying to see if I can even make it work in the first place. But I'm trying to get all of the stuff set up for Cooking with Covino episode 2 on Monday. That is in 2 days. In 2 days. Where's models needed? You click characters. It's under characters right now. I haven't added anything for environment or anything like that yet. Environment and the little assets, all that. Can I model the dumpster? Sure. I have to write out everything still. But I don't see why not. I can't make characters. Gotcha. Well, I mean, stay tuned to it. It will be updated as we go. But I'm not going to be updating it for another couple of days because right now all my free time outside of streaming is set for getting the Cooking with Covino stream set up and ready. With that, I'm trying to figure out I had to research all the items that I need. And now I think I have the proper stuff set up on my phone. So then I can send the stream over to an RTMP server that's going to be hosted on this computer and all that. Are you baking me a cake then? No, I'm not baking a cake. Not baking a cake. I also have to buy all this stuff. I feel like Monday is a little bit of a... I shouldn't have said Monday. And because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get everything set up and done by Monday. And the stuff purchased. That's the hard one. What do you mean RTMP stuff? Or why do you need RTMP? You need it to send to... So the way that Twitch works is you send a signal to Twitch of your video, and then Twitch then sends it to you, to your computer. Boop, boop, boop. And so we need to do instead of going from the phone directly to Twitch, we want to keep our OBS stuff. So to use the phone for OBS stuff, we have to send the signal to our computer. That's then going to send the signal to Twitch. Can't you use Streamlabs? You can use Streamlabs, but that doesn't solve the problem. Can you at least buy a small cake from the store for me? I'll give you full permission to eat it. I'm afraid I can't, because if I do that, well, one, my mom's a cake decorator and would not allow that. Not allow that. She has some leftover cupcakes from the last job she did. So I'll stick a candle in a cupcake for you. If they're still around, if they're not thrown out. But I can't eat them because if I eat it on stream, then I'm going to get punished. Punished. I mean, that one time I had a cookie on stream, holy moly. That was awful. Ugh. Can you fit 17 candles on a single cupcake? Probably. Character is bot. Okay, so we have an issue. Can you somehow fit all 7 letters of my name on a cupcake? No. No. Maybe if you frosted it. If I frosted it, yeah, I could, but no. No, no, no. I feel like maybe I should push cooking with Covino off. What do you guys think? I push cooking with Covino off until next Monday. And that way it gives me time to post about it, talk about it, plan it better. And so I can focus on making this game. Use 7 different cupcakes for each letter. Oh my. We have the network objects. And then we need... Need 2 A's. What about 4 cupcakes? 1 for a C, 1 for an S, 1 for an R. Game instance, network objects, add child, garbage base, true. Resource scene. If it's a server, then we litter. That way it sends over. Then in the base, if it's the server, we update the position, update the height. Pulling it off will give you more time. But this Monday is a month directly after my birthday, which, may I remind you, was the original plan. But what's the difference between a month after and a month and a week? You know, a month and a week sounds pretty good. So did you solve the spawner issue, Covino? Yes. And no. Yes and no. Yes, they now spawn properly. And now we're on the next issue of removing the child. A week. A week is the difference. Yeah, but like emotionally, what's a week? Nothing. It's nothing. It's just a week. What is the underlying reason? A week is emotionally a week. So the underlying reason is because of the positioning of the character and us removing this node. So as you can see, it raises up here. See, it raises. And then when we get it high enough, it disappears, perfect, but it crashes the game. And then this game's gonna crash in a sec. So the underlying reason. Not sure. Oh, and more curious why they didn't spawn. Oh, the reason they didn't spawn was because of what I was saying earlier, which was the way of the node tree, the node path. We were going too deep, and Godot doesn't want you to go too deep. So the way it goes is root. Of course, I mean, you already know this part. It goes root, and then it goes into game, and then from game, it was going into scenario. From scenario, it was going into environment, and then garbage. So it was going too deep into the tree, and the spawners don't like that. So instead, what we did is we put a node in the main right here, just right in game, for network objects, and then we spawn those network objects into this little network objects holder, and then it works. Did you find documentation that said it didn't like the path being too long? No, just Munglow. And it worked. I was also going to ask, how do you plan to use no-ray integration for this? Because from what I understand, to use NAT punch-through side of things, you need a port forward. You can have no-ray server hosted that acted as a relay. So, to my understanding, our no-ray is currently working. It's up and running. It does work. Right now, we have it set to local. So what's happening is, excuse me, when we go to multiplayer, just because we don't have a, so we have the join code, which is an OID, which is the thing to do it. Yeah, it's disabled right now. If we re-enable it, it'll work. So right now it's just on local, so that's why it doesn't matter what you put in here, and you just automatically connect. But it will work too if we just re-enable it. When it comes to the port forwarding, that's like the benefit of no-ray, is the host does not have to port forward, to my understanding at least. Because typically what would have to happen is the host would have to go inside their computer themselves, like outside of the game, and set up port forwarding. But we don't need to do that, because no-ray will handle all that. Yes, it doesn't need port forwarding. Yeah. So that's, yeah. So it all works. It's nice. It's easy. No-ray acts as the relay. Right. Big issue is that the host needs to have a moderate NAT status or higher. But probably, which most people probably not have. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about all that. It uses standard TCP functionality. Unless there is heightened security, which we really don't have on the router. Because the entire point of having a relay is to avoid NAT punch-through issues on the host. So if that fails, they won't be able to host it. Yeah, I have no clue about that. Not a single idea. I don't know. I feel like that's a issue we're going to get to probably. Not sure what you're asking, CSLR. No-Ray works like this. Tries normal port connection using UDP packets. If that fails, it goes through relay on the No-Ray server. Right there. Unauthorized. Ooh, something's happening. Yeah, but doesn't the No-Ray server have to be running somewhere where it's accessible to everyone? Yes. That's what I thought. I know there is a No-Ray server that is meant for testing that the creator of NetFox is allowing us to use, or allows anyone to use. There's a test server, but it seems to crash above 2 connections. Yeah. You have to have a server running somewhere where it's forwarded so the host can do punch through. Right. Yeah. I'm not quite sure. The other question is, how does this work with Steam? At that point, it's just a relay server. All right, so why is that crashing? Because it's doing the wrong... Steam replaces No-Ray. Right, I know that. But does Steam have its own server that we're using? Because I thought, to my understanding, the way it worked is this is Steam. And we have clients that connect. And we have a host. And the host will run everything. And Steam is just doing the connection too. Steam works as relay servers. Oh, okay. Steam has a server only for relay and lobby. Okay, then yeah, we're set. No, not for game functionality, right. All Steam does is relay. Yeah, so this still has to be the host. They're still hosting the game on their... Here, Steam is just going the relay. Need to find a way to get all the RPCs and everything to go through Steam. Yes. But as long as we're going through the host, shouldn't be bad. So I'll implement in Godot Steam. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't, on initial inspection, it doesn't seem like swapping over to Steam's gonna be too difficult. It might be a little bit of a headache, but I'm not too worried about it right now. Not much of one. Adding some lobbies and some basic Steam requirements, yeah. And of course, changing the name. Like, we're obviously not going to have this main menu here. We're not going to have the spot where you type in your name. That's just going to be your Steam name. Multiplayer peer stuff seems to be an in-place drop-in. Yeah. Yeah. So if we can get it working on No-Ray, we should be cooking. This is the issue I was thinking of. You need to have a server running No-Ray for relay, which is probably not any better than having dedicated servers. It's cheaper, to my knowledge, right? Because EOS, basically what Steam does, but you don't need to have a game on Epic to use them. Interesting. But I think if this game does start performing well, then we'll probably buckle up and get like a dedicated server and stuff and get that set up. Potentially. And start paying, but I don't know. Hard to say if it's cheaper. Sure, Nore is probably less resource intensive on its own. Yeah. No idea. No idea. Downside US is to validate accounts, you need to have a registered domain that I don't have. I have a registered domain. And C# SDK works fine with Godot. So this is the issue. Not that, it's the removing of it. This one. And then this. So if we do game instance, we need to say if multi... Oh, this didn't work though. This is before the server's even made. Okay. Not 100% sure here. Not 100%. Let's think. So what we want to do is we want to figure out why it's not bringing it over. Google Cloud Enterprise is fairly cheap for what you can do with it at least. Yeah, and AWS didn't seem too bad either when I was looking at it. Yeah, AWS wasn't too bad. Me Cruz, how you doing? Welcome in. Hide other scenario assets. In the ready. No. Forgot which one I was looking at, but 100 instances, it's like $50 a month. I think that's most of them. I think most of them are along those lines. So, in theory, if the game is performing well, we could do that. We could run, well, I guess what we have to determine what well is, if it's performing well and all that. I don't think it's... I think we have an opportunity with this game. 100 instances of the game, like running 100 lobbies, or basically. So like there's 100 groups of I think up to 10 is the number. 100 groups of 10 running at once. But I think with this game, if... is all resource dependent? Yeah, it probably is. Game time over connect. Game and game. I think this is it. Assign players. So I think what we need to do is for assign players, we need to switch this to a spawner. Depending on how you did it, you could probably have several game servers running the same application instance. No idea. I think all of this is to say we have to see if the game is even fun at the end of the day. See if it actually is going to perform well. I think it has an opportunity to. It just depends on if we drop the ball or not. $0.03 per hour instance. I saw AWS provided for the first like 3 months, I think, was like 0.01 cents per hour. If I remember right. I don't remember completely. There was something that was like 0.01. Enable player inputs. I'm trying to figure out what the root cause of the problem is. And I think it is with the way the players are. Because if we fix the players to be based on a spawner, then we no longer need to worry about, don't you get an error? That's the thing, Generic. Remember this morning? Errors in multiplayer are like, I think it's like, I would say 6 times out of 10 are fake. They don't tell the actual problem. Let me do this. Ah. That's a big issue. I had a feeling that was going to happen. We can't get the input on the game crash. It seems to be, there should be some message, you'd think. Yeah, it only works on the host. Yeah, and it was trying to pull on the client. The client's input is not actually working. Also notice the engine game pop out also doesn't go to standard. Excuse me. What is STDR? Just this one. Parent node name on spawn received. Pull garbage. That's because of a different error. Do this. Do this. Pull it down so we can actually see it better. I haven't gotten the engine pick up any errors while running a game with that. Host. Join. Sit up straight. Ooh. Man, oh man. All I'm thinking about is playing games. This is awful. Just closes it, then doesn't say anything. Oh. I mean, it did say something. You can see it going up. It deletes from there. Doesn't put it on our head. So then we can go to the errors. And we have node name. Parent has node name is true, returning error invalid data. On spawn received. I think a bigger issue is casting from object to object. Maybe. Parent has node name, invalid data. Doesn't bring a... Usually it was bringing me to the thing. It's not. Issue with the spawner. It could be. It could be. I think it could even be with our the way we're doing it here. No, that's not a thing. I think it's what we're doing here. So it's a mixture of, I think the host isn't doing everything that it needs to. Seems like there are overlapping nodes. Are there players named the same on the client and server? No. And they all have different PIDs as well. Garbage area, queue free. So yes? No, there isn't. If they're named the PID, then yes. No, if they're named the PID, they have different IDs. So like the host is always going to be 1. The bots are a number with a randomized number, an array that gets pulled out as it gets used. So it's all different. Oh, not what you're asking? Are you talking about the node names? Node names are different as well. Player name, the same on the host and client trees. Yes. I'm gonna say yes. So if they weren't, that's the issue? Oh, yeah, no, when we add child, we keep it true. I wonder if this needs to only happen on the host as well. So garbage pickup, we say if we're the server, then we will raise it up. We set is pulled to true, queue free the area, remove the child, and re-add the child to the character holding add child. And then, let's be rude, but I feel like you're treating me like I'm so much dumber than I actually am. Oh, no, that's not, I don't want to talk for generic, but I doubt generic's doing that. What is this ad? It's just the trying to talk over Twitch is really rough for conveying why am I getting a different language? Assume you're at least a professional. I'm just recalling the current setup. Yeah. It's really hard to convey emotion and tonality over Twitch chat for sure. Just gotta take those schizo pills then? Nah, you're chill. All you got... Something I learned for my many years of being on the internet is always just assume people are meaning well. Like, even if you know for a fact that they don't, just assume it, and it makes life so much better. Current setup is a big mixed bag. There's one set of nodes that are named after PID, but most aren't. Yeah. Not a professional. True. I, on the other hand, I am a professional for sure. Professional. And I have references. I wonder if it is because of this multiplayer spawner. And what we need to do. Oh, we already agreed that the term professional is used very loosely, especially by Covino. Seem everything's sarcasm, just roll with it. That's one way, yeah, for sure. The cakes rub, oh my. Oh my. Cakes game's looking fire, by the way. Little orange tower defense. Garbage found. Bool. I tend to use up my sarcasm meter on Covino, so others are usually safe. That's fair. Very fair. I think we're gonna have to... Let's remove this spawner. And I think what we're actually gonna have to do, and I really don't want to do this right now, but I think we're gonna have to refactor the way our bodies are added. And we have to add the bodies into the game scene as they join. I think that's what's gonna have to happen. I think. Okay, that's still going up. If we stop it. Okay. Disappears. That's good. But then this guy crashes. Where'd you learn networking stuff mainly? Website called twitch.tv. Nowhere is the true answer. Yeah. Like legitimately just through Twitch, just by doing it. And we're kind of learning as we go. Yeah. Learning, because the best teacher is experience. So you're watching me learn right as we speak. As we speak, you're watching me learn. Little by little. Best teacher is not experience. Did you read the docs? I did read the docs a bit, yeah. Best teacher is me, generic and ironic. You're not wrong. Karen, how you doing? That's stupid. Error data invalid. But yeah, wow man, that we did read the docs. Looked at I was looking at the NetFox examples as well. But I haven't dove into this as much as I want to. I think this is really going to be a big one for learning. Like diving into this and seeing like how they approached doing all their different spawns and whatnot. I think that would be very useful. Well, no, the best teacher is definitely not experience. That way we would all need to stick our fingers into sockets. Well, it is experience because someone else experienced that and said, hey folks, let's not put our fingers in the sockets. And then we go, okay. So experience is a teacher. I'm just sat here watching him struggle. Indeed, gamer. Indeed. Wouldn't want it any other way. I probably could have helped more if I was not busy. Ah, Kieran. Well, Kieran, great news for you. Great news. We are now taking in, wait for it, contributions to the game following our style guide and our creative asset submission agreement, so then we can ensure to provide proper credits and hopefully some compensation when this game blows up. Yeah. Our sockets are blocked until the earth pin goes in. Interesting. Very nice. Indeed. We are turning into a game studio. An actual studio. Sometimes other experience, didn't mean jack. You gotta experience it firsthand to see for yourself. Sometimes with the exact outcome as well. Yeah, sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't learn until it actually happens to you. Handle leave. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. What does kill you makes your fellow party members stronger. Nice little D&D joke there for you. D&D. D&D. Such a scarring game. It was fun. The one time I played it, it was fun. But, scarring. Scarring. One of these days, I'd be down to play again. I think it could be interesting. But, ugh. Ow. Let's see here. Does it? Depends if they kill it or run away. Handle stop. Avatar values, spawn, ID. Spawn route, add child avatar. Set multiplayer authority 1. So that way avatars are always owned by the server. Multiplayer, get unique ID. Interesting. This doesn't help. Has new pure ID. Spawn for host. Multiplayer. Bounce. Handle connected. Get unique ID. I really am not. The brain's not braining about this. I think it really comes down to having to reset how we are creating these bodies. So instead of having our empty bodies in spawn points, instead we're gonna have to come through into game, have a node for the empty bodies, or no, just have a node and we add the empty bodies as they join. I think that has to be the route we go. I think so. So let's be smart about it. We're gonna do a new branch, call it body rework, create branch, publish, and then see if that updated. It did, okay. Cool. And now we do it. So we want to do game, add a node 3D. Call it the players or network players. And this will be the object spawner. Not used anywhere. It is used somewhere though. It's used in the... I guess not. Could have sworn it was used somewhere. Get child. I guess not. Garbage. Network objects. Add child. Okay. So just the node itself. So we don't need the spawner actually. And then we can rename this to objects spawner. And then we're going to do another spawner. Call this the player spawner. Assign it to the network players. There we go. We're going to do a export category. Call this network spawners. Network spawning. Yep. And then export var network players as a node 3D. Save, assign it. Network players. Then in the spawner, we want to do an add element, and we're going to add in our characters? No. Where did I put it? Scenarios, components, empty body, open. Okay. So now we have to go back through the code and figure out, all right, how are we spawning these? This is in the multiplayer manager, which means we're after this project, we're gonna have to come back through the template and fix it as well. All right, on player connected. If it's server, we do that. We set it. Player connected emit. Okay. What about in the scenario here? What's going on? Base scenario. All right. Assign players. And what we do is, instead of going through spawn points, get child, add player. Instead, we just need to do we're gonna do this. We're gonna do get rid of this. And then say old. And we do game dot instance dot network players dot add child dictionary. No, we need to do the character though. We need the empty body to be instantiated on and set. We got ads coming up in 6 seconds though, so we'll chuck on the words. And then when we come back, we are going to figure out how to properly do this. How to properly do this. To do. Boom. All right, checking on the words, heading to level 1. Lots of fun. Level 1, lots of fun. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, I'll be right back real quick. Boop. Ooh, I have returned. Webcam on. Be right back off. Headphones in. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Let's turn off this autopilot here. Autopilot off. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we'll do... Yeah. 1A. 1A. We'll finish it out. Tave. Very. Bari. Tari. Terry. Grit. Grit? Wait, grit? Oh, it was already taken. Tyar. Alright, let's get these words out of here. Wait for the leaderboard. Boop. There we go. Okay, so what we're doing is we're also gonna have to redo the entire empty body add player function. Yup. Actually, I guess we would just get an empty body scene, and then from the empty body scene we set add player. So we can do that's emitting in the trash scenario, in the base scenario. What we can do is we want an export for the export var empty body as a packed scene. Save it. Quick load. Empty body. And then in here for assign players, we need to say var empty body equals empty body dot instantiate, and then empty body dot add player dictionary, and then when we add child empty body. Move this up. There we go. Empty body equals empty body instantiate. We call add player to it. I think we have to do that after though. Like that. And then we need to say in assign players. If multiplayer is server. Boom. Save. Please work. Multiplayer host. So far, so good. Join. Connect. Client. Ready. Start. Because we're looping through those spawn points. So we need to say, first off, remove everything that says spawn points in it. Oh, I should have checked before I got rid of it, but spawn points dot get children. Instead, we need to say game dot instance dot network players get children. Set player cameras and RPC. I guess that's fine for now. What was the other error? Reserve name. True. Play. Multiplayer. Host. Host. Join. Connect. Client. Ready. Start. Nuts. Garbage found. Value type bool. But hey, we're moving at least. And we're picking up trash. And then it's crashing. Garbage found. Here. Huh? Because garbage found is in the garbage base, which takes in a character. No, that should be right. Right? Hang on. I'm going to check the remote. Check the remote. Ooh. Host. Host. With the most. Going coast to coast. Test. Ready, start. And then remote. Game. Networked players. We got one. With the name. Dope. That's an authority of 1. Seems solid. 2. Controller. Controller is null. Controller is null. Okay. Empty body. Why is controller null? It's a node. Is bot. This is the garbage. Okay. Maybe it needs to be if multiplayer is server. Creates it and says, hey, this is you. Boom, connect. Blah, blah. Ready? Start. Nope. Garbage found, base with type value bool. Can still move though. And why did it crash? At garbage found in setter. Property key garbage found with value of type bool on base nil. So controller. Human controller. Bot controller. There it is. Controller is null. Controller is null. Okay. So how do we set the controllers then? And of course, garbage found. Because we spawned on garbage. In the trash scenario, let's go in here where we assign the players. I'll just make sure in the remote real quick. Networked players, we have 1. We have 4. Huh. That's why. It's adding 1 still somewhere. This should have just the spawner with all 4 instead of just 1. I know it deleted itself. I bet it's because its garbage was found. body. Okay. I think what we're going to do then is, I think it's time. I think it might be time. We'll save this for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm thinking. So, what we'll do is, alrighty, folks. We are calling it here today. We're raiding out to a great team member. This is a very rare occasion. Pagorli is streaming. Is it time? I think so, North Pole. My brain's fried. It's not working. And there's a lot that we got to do. A lot we got to do. And I got to prepare for Cooking with Covino, episode 2, Monday, if I can get everything in time. Hopefully. But I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you all for your help. I will catch you all tomorrow, bright and early, because we stream every single day. Every single day. And for now, Cooking with Covino, episode 2, tomorrow. Raid message for Pagorli. For Pagorli, we're going to say, I need to get food too. Yeah, I need food desperately. Desperately. Not Monday? Didn't I say Monday? Cooking with Covino, Monday? Monday. Maybe not Monday, but probably Monday. I think Monday. I hope Monday. It depends on if I get it done. Oh, I said tomorrow? Oh. Like I said, brain fried. Monday. 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 All right, I'll catch you all tomorrow. I'll catch you tomorrow. There we go. All right, raid message real quick for Pagorli. Special stream hype. Special stream hype. Like that. Give them a boost, you know? All right, I'll catch y'all later. Adios. Bye. One sec, YouTube.
Oh, whoa. Covino.